All right, we're good.
Where we last left off, Rook and Vice had essentially locked eyes with each other. This is the first time they've seen each other in a while. Tryphon, Deidre, Orlain, you see Vice kind of standing up with that. Orlain, no roll needed, but Tryphon and Deidre, go ahead and give me an insight check if you want to.
Why not? Let's do that. I'm not paying a lick of attention.
Okay, let me
You made s'mores
try.
and they're really fucking good, and you
Let me
just
try.
got back to them, man.
I am also not seeing shit.
We're off to a great start already.
If the next
Now he
person
got
rolls,
the same thing.
if the next person rolls a 6, this is gonna be a cocked session. Okay. Orlain, you're the only one that recognizes this. That is a look you have given Jackie before. Before it kind of changes. And it becomes a much darker sort of expression. And you see her look at Rook and go, "How you been, sir?" And Rook simply replies with, "A little bit of good, a little bit of shitty. Also, why you calling me sir?" "I always call you sir." "No, you don't. You've never called me sir since the day I was turned into a specialist. You don't trust me, do you?" And she takes a step forward and draws the bazooka, pointing it at him. "Not in the fucking slightest." And he chuckles, smiles, pulls his own gun out, and points it at her, kind of doing the southern drawl. "Something we both know about each other on 3. Like, take turns or at the same time?" If you are a changeling, this is some fucking great works." Morphling, my bad. "Well, I'm thinking about it. I've had the cool line, and then you put semantics into it." Jesus. Ooh, we lost somebody.
We lost
lost
Deidre.
Oh. They were having power outages earlier today, so that might have been the thing.
Oh, unfortunate. Very unfortunate.
Yes. I will check on it real quick. You good?
Incredible.
Ah. Okay. Okay. Rook, still pointing, kind of just goes, "You put semantics into my cool moment. Fuck off." As Vice goes, "I might believe you're Rook just for that." And it takes like a genuine couple seconds of him thinking before going, "I start, you start." "Okay. And how deep we going?" "Those secrets." "You sure?" Why not?" "On your count." "On your count? You're the one."
Does it really matter who counts?
It's him. I don't even need this anymore. It's him. For sure, because no Morphlin's this dumb. Hey! They mimic your ass pretty well.
Does that mean it requires some level of intelligence to trick a morphling? Or does it mean that you have to be dumb enough to them not even bother trying to mimic your stupidity? With a smirk.
Technically, and like I know you're being sarcastic, but Rook goes, technically the Morphlins, they copy faces, and if you're being assimilated, they copy your voice too. Without being assimilated, they can only assume one thing.
Which explains the British word that we heard before.
You ran into a what now?
Yeah,
We've explained this to both Tryphon and Clarice, but okay. I mean, not
This is Rook
Tryphon, Rook
acting.
and Clarice.
Okay.
I'm very tired, I'm sorry.
You're fine. And he goes, right, knew that.
Yeah.
Damn. Look. Fuck it. 3, 2, and like you see them raising their guns again and pointing them at them with that kind of even Rook is pulling the hammer back. 1. They called you Mini V for a while, and we didn't know for the longest time why it was. It meant Mini Vice, and you got so upset when you assumed what it was that you put somebody in the ICU. Yeah, it's you. Okay. Yeah, I remember that. Because we said that I put him in the ICU. Oh, wait a minute. Is that why I got in trouble? Yeah, probably. Your turn. 3, 2, 1. Your name's Rafales. You're the prince of the Aztecnos.
What?
Jesus fucking Vice! And like, it's the essence of him kind of like grumbly and like weakly walking over just to smack her on the back of the head. Not that one! I asked you, the fuck did you mean? Clearly not that!
No, well, it's a little late for that now.
It don't matter.
No,
Just staring at his book while he's making sure nothing was tampered with, even though he knows nothing was.
Yo, god damn you. And then immediately after, like a moment of just calmness, you all watch Rook get tackled to the ground as a small goblin woman just fucking demolishes him to the ground with a hug.
Should we give you guys a moment?
She'll be fine. She gets like this sometimes.
Orlain glances up from what he's writing currently in one of the new notebooks and just glances at Jackie from across the way with that look of, what did you do?
Oh my god.
You have returned. And immediately muted.
I'm trying to see if something's working.
Well, I can hear you.
Can you hear us now?
Oh yeah, I could hear
Yeah.
you. I was getting feedback at one point,
Oh,
but I fixed it.
so now we're all just awkwardly standing around watching the tiny goblin.
Yeah.
Can I? Do I have to roll to try to be stealthy about saying something to Orlain?
for this time now, you can just say whisper, and depending on what you say, I'll say stealth check.
Okay. I'm going to like poke Orlain and look at them and then look at Vice and then look at them and be like, do I give off this same energy?
Stops writing for a moment and obviously and clearly looks up at Deidre from where
I
he's
feel
sitting
like
on the
he
ground.
looks down.
No, they're
okay.
about the same height
Okay.
right now.
Oh, yeah, sitting, yeah.
And just, do you think I compare people?
What do you do then?
He frowns and doesn't say anything.
Deidre's just like, how else do you figure out patterns?
Patterns are one thing, Deidre, but comparisons are another.
Fair enough.
If all you do is compare one living being to another, you'll never see what's unique about them. So tell me, who do you think I am? Genuinely. Not comparing me to any other person.
You're Orlain.
Cheeky. Try again, love.
Deidre said that with like the most seriousness. They weren't even trying to be. They were just being like serious. They're like, you're Orlain. They look at you and then they like pull out their own little like notebook and then they're trying to like find the page about the heights thing with what means you're a woman and what means you're a man.
Jesus.
And they're like, okay. They're like, so you're a guy based on this. And they're like, you
I'm
can, like, see, like,
whatever
the
is
little
funniest
gears.
in the moment, my dear.
You can like see the little gears turning in their head as they're trying to think. They're like, you get angry like I do, but different.
You're making comparisons again. Try one more time. What do you see and what have you heard?
You're taller than me.
Not hard, but I asked for that.
Their face starts to turn like a darker blue, and then they take like a deep breath.
To be
they're trying to
fair,
work on-
I think
they're
the
trying to
only
work.
person who's around your height at the moment is and glances at Clarissa and goes, Voice.
You better look the fuck away.
It was a fucking glance. Shut the fuck up.
Someone's spicy.
Deidre's like, what? It's like Deidre's like, yeah, that's what I meant earlier. They're short and angry.
No, you're short and angry.
They're also short and angry. What are we
No.
talking about right now?
No. That's not anger, that is defensiveness, but if I say anything else, I'm going to be shot.
Now you
All
want-
all I ask is that if anyone's going to get shot with that thing, and he points at the rocket launcher, just make sure the rest of us are outside of the blast range.
Deidre's gonna like fly up a little bit to try to get above Orlain to try to like get like a little like 360 view of them to try to figure out what Orlain's trying to get them to say or hinting at.
Deidre,
Yes.
you're thinking too hard.
You told me to think.
Yes, I told you. Oh, God. Why do I try? Okay, let's start from the top then, shall we? Instead, try it like this. What is the first thing that comes to mind when you think of any of us, not just me?
like something I think about when I think about any of you?
Yes. Don't think about it. What is the first word that comes to mind?
Oh wait, you said don't think about it. You just gonna like look, like dart their eyes down, and then like keep trying to like look around to try to like hide their face. But you can probably still see their face, and their face is starting to get like bluer.
Deidre,
Yes. Did you say something?
he's giving you the look of amused unimpressedness. Like, he definitely knows what you're attempting to get at, but is just not mocking, just amused.
These just like in like their head, like you can like I feel like on their face you can see them like trying to like go through go through something that's like happened before in their head, like a memory, and they're trying not to show it on their face, but they're very clearly showing it on their face. They're just sort of like very much sort of like that like recollection look of like what happened at that point. And then they're like sort of mumbling words to themselves, but they're doing it in Sylvan because they have at least that much of a acknowledging of that's what they're doing. And they're just like not what's the word? Fuck.
I don't believe that's the word you're looking for, no.
What? No. And then Deidre's gonna have like a little like a light bulb moment on their face, and then they're gonna pat on their back and they're going to like point at Buddy.
Buddy is not with you at the moment.
Where
Buddy is on Orlain's back.
He is. That's so cute. Deidre's going to like motion to Buddy and be like, to like try to get Buddy to come like in front of the two of them.
You hear a trill, and then Buddy just leans over, kind of like a dog resting their head on their own shoulder, over Orlain's shoulder, like the one closest to you, but not leaving Orlain's back.
Deidre's gonna be like Buddy but different.
And briefly looks towards Buddy for a second and just goes, "Don't take any offense, I'm proving a point. You see us as a tool.
No.
A means to an end?
No. Like,
Extra space." And he's grinning.
okay, you know when like you have a thing, or I guess a being
Deidre,
that, yes.
do you see us as friends?
And you see like the gears are turning. Deidre's like very much trying to figure out. They're like, is that the right thing? And they're like, it's very clear on their face. They're like, I don't want to seem stupid, but I want to ask question.
Deidre,
Yes.
do you or do you not care about us in a platonic sense?
I care about you, I think.
You've demonstrated that you would take a bullet for one of us. But that's just soldier mentality.
Okay, yes, but it's different now. And Deidre's like looking at the ground again, just sort of like kicking the little snow.
Yes. It becomes different when you nearly fucking die.
That's also soldier mentality, though.
No,
I've
it's
almost died a
not.
lot.
No, it's not. Deidre, how many times do you think I've died?
Is this a trick question?
He rolls up the sleeve that he didn't show to Vice on purpose to show the Electrum. How many times do you think I've died? And holds it out.
Deidre's like leaning in, but doesn't want to like overstep by touching you. And then just sort of look up and then look down and then look up. And then sort of lean back again and just be like, Orlain, what is the end result we're going towards here?
He pulls his sleeve back down and faces towards the... I think at this point it would be closer to either cinders or full embers at this point of a fire.
Mm-hmm.
And just... If you can't give your answer of how you think of us in this moment, then I'll give you my answer. You're all my allies. I can't deign to call half of you friends, because none of you believe in yourselves more than half a daylight shed of light. Jackie is a thin case at this point, and stares directly at her, knowing what she did recently.
Oh, fuck.
But she's my best friend. I would kill for her, die for her, and kill her myself if she does it again, hear me? Anyway. But yes, there is a point to this, and it's fucking face the music. Or you're going to die before you do. But hey, what do I know? I haven't died before, right? I wouldn't know what death tastes like.
You're just gonna be like, I think I understand, but regardless.
You don't have to.
Thank you.
For what?
I know I can be kind of stupid.
You're not stupid.
And they just look down.
You're not stupid, you think differently.
They just sort of shrug.
You don't believe that now, but you will. You think differently. Your intelligence does not lie within books and spells.
Thanks.
That's
And they're
when I
just
do
gonna
know
like
what I
face the
said.
fire. They're just gonna look at the fire, or like the little burning out of the fire.
That time I do know what I said. You're welcome. And goes quiet.
Because I imagine Deidre's fucking cold.
That's fair.
As you guys are having this moment, there's just a very quiet, like, I imagine people have been listening into this because this is one of those, both of you get a bonding point, by the way.
Yay!
You guys just softly hear Gade ask, What's happening? I'm so lost right now.
Oh, by the
And
way, Deidre,
Aasimar-
Mm-hmm.
we're at 2 instead of the first one because of things that happened before.
He.
Gade just goes, What's going on? I don't know what's happening. I believe Alrune would say this is, and he opens his mouth, and then Gade just covers his mouth and goes, Do not do that weird microphone thing. Just use your own words. He would say this is a bonding moment. They are bonding, growing closer, and that may be of use in the future. Trust is far sharper than any blade.
Orlain looks up for a second, stares at the two of them because he's an elf. They're not that far away. He can hear them. And just goes, "You know, if you're that curious as to my words of wisdom that mean absolutely jack shit coming from someone who doesn't follow his own words, you're welcome to interrogate me. Also, Ozzy, I'm sorry about that whole thing of reaching into your chest. That was not very kind of me."
I don't care.
Why not?
I am an automaton. You must reach into my chest to heal me. There is no part of my body that someone's hand has not been in or around.
That's not good. No, I don't like that. I don't want to be a part of that. Fucking what the hell?
Gade, have I said something wrong?
Yes. Deidre's gonna be like, wait, something wrong was said.
I might be a whore, but damn, at least I have consent for that shit.
What?
I was.
Yep.
I seem to have. The lack of a proper tone chord seems to have misplaced my words. I was a frontline prototype. I got broken often. I had to be repaired. My creator, Alpha, used to refer to me as a ship of legend, and asked me a conundrum at one point. If every part of me is replaced, am I still Osiris Model 7? Or have I gone to Osiris Model 8? I enjoy that thought process, because it means that I think.
You think, therefore you are.
Yes. Cogito,
Thesis
ergo
issue.
sum.
While he's talking, Orlain has gone and stood up, pat each person on the head as he passes by, almost as if to play an odd, unspoken game of Duck, Duck, Goose. And as he gets to Jackie, he just does a slight tap with one finger, and then proceeds to walk up to Ozzy and, "May I give you a hug?"
If that will help you, yes.
That was not what I asked.
You may give me a hug.
And we've established Orlain is the warmer run of the group, unfortunately for everybody in the vicinity when it's cold.
I'm screaming.
Yeah, so I feel like Deidre is just like, "No, my source of warmth, please."
No,
No.
literally, I'm just like, they're just shivering now.
So it's just a robot gets to feel Orlain give the gentlest hug, even though he has been a menace on the battlefield.
Thank you, Orlain.
Of course.
You remind me very much of my old friends.
Say that. Nothing against you, but I just recently learned something and I'm trying to process it.
May I be of assistance?
I don't know, because you're the first person who said it. Right. That's fine.
May I study what was said?
Clarify? As he pulls away of just like, not like, you freaked me out, but in that sense of, hello? Kind of energy?
And then he just opens his mouth, and you hear, clarify? Right, like your own voice right back at you, and he goes, part of my program is to adaptively learn until I have reached full cognizance. So I am constantly recording. Every conversation I am involved in, there is a small log being filtered through. Important data is stored in the full drive, and non-important data, such as
Alright,
simple...
you need to not say shit like that, because it makes you sound like not a person. You realize what you're saying, yes?
I am working to be a person.
Nope.
Clarify. And it is not your voice that says that, it is his.
Alright. Ozzy. Define
Yes.
a person.
Basic or honest?
Define a person. Your words, no recordings, no logs, no definitions from something someone else told you. What is a person?
Weak. A person is weak, yet they continue to grow in strength. I have seen humans who have lost everything, even themselves, but then they continue forward. I have witnessed dragonborns betray their own kinds, and then sacrifice themselves for the very tribe they had betrayed. I have witnessed a half-orc who chose his father over his mother, even though his mother had raised him. Mortals are weak, but that does not mean they are not strong.
You have not defined a person for me, Ozzy. And he smiles. You've defined freedom of choice. So tell me, who do you choose to be in this moment? An automaton or Ozzy?
Unsure.
That's fine. It takes everybody a little while. You alright? You got it, lad. Turns and walks away.
An automaton does not feel sadness. I would wish to be an automaton. I miss my friends.
He pauses as he's halfway to Deidre again, having seen her. He's seen them shivering in the corner of their periphery.
They're just over here trembling, trying to get fire.
Fucking bad puppy dog eyes. And
Well,
just,
Aussie. Go ahead, sorry.
I think the last thing Orlain says, or really does, is wave his hand dismissively, his scarred hand, and proceed to shrug. We all make choices. What becomes of us from those choices, that's what makes us who we are. We are not the sum of what happened before us, but what we choose to do then. Just keep that in mind, Ozzy. And continues walking.
I have heard that. Hold on.
I feel like
Dang.
that was also. Ooh,
I'm sorry, Dane had something he wanted to say to Ozzy real quick, if that's
I
alright.
kind of forgot what it was.
I'm just gonna.
Whoops.
I just want to say I can't move my token.
Bullshit. God damn it.
I've been trying to. If you see my little things popping up, that's why.
I have seen that popping up, and it's just
I
like,
couldn't figure out.
Oh, wait, I remembered. Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, Ozzy, what you've done is you just defined one of your weaknesses. You want to avoid that sadness. Many people do that. I can do it from time to time. And that's one of the things that makes someone human. To be able to process those and live with them.
I have lived quite a while. Most, if not all, of my friends are gone.
Will you remain in that thought process? Or will you move on?
I do not need to remain in that thought process. And he
Good
looks
man.
at Aurelia, then you, then Jackie, Tryphon, Deidre, and lastly at Orlain. You are not my friends, but you are my friends now. The first thing I was taught was by a man who It was by someone who had everything, yet he craved to have nothing. And when he achieved that nothing, he was simply joyous.
Do you understand that action, Ozzy?
I do not.
Good. All right. I need to lay down. They're just gonna go over and sit by the embers and just kind of like sit down. I need a nap.
I have a question.
Go ahead and shoot.
The markings that Orlain showed Deidre, what are they?
They're our ranks.
What is a rank?
That's
Bullshit.
right.
Bullshit is what it is.
Did we already explain the cycle to him?
You explained the cycle, you did not explain ranks.
Yeah. Yeah, no, Tryphon's checking to make sure that they at least explained the cycle, so... But, yeah.
The ranks are a numbered count of the bullshit you have done?
I'm screaming.
No, not the bullshit. No,
It's not wrong.
it's not. No, it's not. But, no, it's not for the bullshit. It's the number of times we've died.
Oh. Why do you have that marked? Revivify normally fixes that.
It's less of a not times we've died, more of a how many times we've been through the cycle.
Died, been through the cycle.
Determines
It's not that
reputation, right?
different.
Yes, it is
Yeah.
a form of reputation. May I inquire about your ranks?
I'm pretty sure I'm a copper, was it?
Yes, copper is a low.
Yeah.
Yeah, copper's low. It means you haven't finished a cycle outside of. Hold on, my brother's calling me 1 minute. You guys
Mhm.
keep interacting.
But
Hey,
we were interacting
Jane.
with Ozzy.
Oh,
Yeah,
no, it's
Orlain.
worse. I'm
No,
I'm about to
Oh,
bully
no.
Dein. Hold on.
Okay.
Dein,
Mm-hmm.
can you answer a question for me?
Go ahead and shoot.
What defines the very essence of what you're supposed to be doing in this moment? Like, can you answer to me the reason why we have separated ourselves into ranks? I'm curious.
Can I first ask what's brought about this line of thinking?
Probably asking about the ranks.
Well, more along the lines of what's this thought process along beliefs and philosophy? Asking Ozzy what makes a person. And pardon my...
Regrettably, Curry did walk away.
Yeah, I know. And
I'm
then
back.
Oh,
Okay.
Pardon my intrusion, but also that line of thinking of philosophy with Deidre. Deidre. What's brought along this line of thinking of philosophy?
His expression shifts minorly from amused, vague discontentment, like that sort of mixture, to almost painful neutrality as he says, Granny.
Say that again, sorry.
He says Granny, and proceeds to explain with, you know, before you and Pawns over here, no offense.
I have a name.
Oh, I know. Not the point right now. But before
He's
you...
just going to stare at Orlain. Just the fuck you stare.
Earned and deserved, we'll talk about it later. Regardless. Granny, I can't even call her a confidant. She was not around very long. Not for me, at least. But, my boyfriend's mother. I don't know why she had any sort of hope in us. But, God's damn if I'm not going to live up to it. Too many people have died in this mission so far. So I have to see if you motherfuckers are up to the damn task. Jackie, and you in trying to die half the time. Don't think I don't notice.
Hasn't worked yet.
If you fucking die, I get to drag you out of the abyss myself.
Oh, is the gate still open?
Fucking pardon?
the what?
Yeah.
Gotta just looks at Ozzy and goes, "Is there an actual gate to hell?" Yes.
Well, wait. Let's take a second. Hell and the
Yeah.
abyss are two different things.
Well, technically, there is a gate to all forms of afterlife and unnecessary individuals.
True enough.
I was mostly making a joke as anywhere she goes, I go. I'm not allowed to die at the moment, so neither is she.
No,
Mhm.
none of you are. Quick question.
What?
Oh, yeah?
I believe the small goblin's fallen asleep. As is the human.
If we
And there's
touch
a
either
rest.
of them, we will be shot. So have fun with that one.
Leave
we're
them
I am
just
sitting
going to
there, I
leave them-
guess.
But they're in
Oh.
the snow.
That is also very true.
Oh well, they'll be fine.
So,
Orlain?
Elaine.
Orlain kind of has that moment of standing up, pausing halfway through the motion, and going, "Yes, can I help you?"
You decide to start with beliefs then? To determine if we are capable.
Well, and he continues to stand up straight, kind of cracking his neck in that manner of stretching without fully doing the motion. Can you fight if you have nothing you believe in? That's my question. Everyone fights for a reason. Back at my base, there was enough people for a... To put it simply, I'm pretty sure if it wasn't for the fact that my Commander Clyde, you can see his expression briefly twist into "nobody fucking call me on that" as he continues talking. Don't look at me. I don't exist. Anyway, moving on. Commander Clyde, his decision to minimize our efforts in the surrounding areas, I'm pretty sure we wouldn't have developed an armed base the way we did. And we were, I wouldn't say happy, but we were content. And things got better. On some occasions they got worse, but we found a reason for why we fought. Why we defended our place. And it was because we cared. God forbid we had a heart, right? So what do you fight for, Dein? Tryphon? Deidre? Aurelia? What do you fight for? What do you believe in to cause you to fight, to defend? Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to try not to get shot as I cover up these two in the snow. As he walks over hesitantly with his coat out.
I will aid you. And acts sort of like a buffer in
like-
case something happens.
Deidre's like, Orlain, give me the coat.
No, you're not
I'm
allowed to
gonna-
touch my coat. Fuck off.
I'm gonna drop it over them.
I don't care. That's going to help. Like, that's going to make anything better. Just suddenly something dropping overhead. Yes, good, great. Think that through again.
As you are sassing Deidre, Ozzy just comes over, grabs Deidre by the arms, lifts, and begins to walk away because this person is fighting with someone who is friend status now. Become friends with them before getting close.
And Orlain shrugs off the top coat, which is, well, remarkably thinner. It has that sort of lining of, not fur, but kind of like wool, a synthetic kind of wool, which is heavier and heat more.
Deidre's going to be glaring at Ozzy and then move back forward.
And just very carefully, while making the effort to make a little bit of noise nearby, drags it over top of over Vice first, and then tries to get it around both of them as a measure of trying to give them the intent, and while they're asleep, of you're in good company, rather than just dropping it on them to wake up to.
So you go ahead and do that. Give me a sleight of hand check.
Awesome. Why do I have a higher sleight of hand as a monk than a rogue?
Because the nest.
You bitch!
That's hilarious.
Oh, I hate it here, bro.
No, you don't. You love it here. Fuck off.
Damn it.
Oh. It could be worse.
That's not bad, yeah.
It could be so much worse. It could have been that one.
It almost landed on a 19, which is why I'm just like, damn it.
Damn, that would have been funny. You're covering up Vice, and you kind of take a minute. You look at Rook, and he has one eye open looking at you. He does not say anything, but he does mouth something. Go ahead and give me a... what would be the check to decipher someone mouthing something?
Perception?
Either perception or insight. It's up to you.
Yeah, we'll do insight.
Insight would also be good, yeah.
I'll say perception if you're doing it while they're not, when you're trying to reading lips, but insight if you're being mouthed something too.
That is an unfortunate.
You don't catch the first part, but he just says, talk later. And then he closes his eyes, cuddles his vice, and relaxes. And almost
Aw.
as instantaneously as his eyes close, one of his arms sprawls upwards, and you can hear him snoring.
What a dude.
Please tell me it just does the body ragdoll physics of just throwing his arm to the side.
He would. He would.
The only his arm does full ragdoll physics of just like,
No.
hey, I need you to move up slightly.
No, I'm screaming.
Meanwhile, his robotic one is just like making sure Vice doesn't fall off top of him.
I hope you know every time I see Rook, I think about Mrs. Nesbit.
No.
Sorry.
I beg
Who?
your proverbial, literal, and metaphorical pardon.
Okay, we're going for a triple threat, huh?
Wait, who?
Ms. Nesbit.
Yeah.
Rook
Don't
has too
think-
much of a slutty waist for that.
Is it with a Z or an S?
Honey,
Oh,
look at me at VC.
Oh!
I hate that the only thing that Orlain says to protect Rook is he has too much of a slutty waist for that. Meanwhile, the
notice.
toy with
With
the,
a slutty waist.
yes, with fucking big tits, big ass, everything.
That's it. He's too much of a twunk.
Okay, moving forward.
Yeah.
Back to the railroad. I know we got time to kill, but no, we're not going
Not-
this far.
Yeah, not that
Okay.
much time.
Deidre's gonna try to like get closer to Orlain again, but try to like not make it obvious that it's because they're cold and they find Orlain nice to be around in general also. Do I have to roll deception? Please tell me I don't have to roll deception.
Orlain's not paying attention enough to you for that to even be a thing. Don't curse yourself.
No, literally, because every time I roll deception, it's dog shit.
Especially
will-
against Orlain.
No,
Ozzy-
literally.
Ozzy's gonna take a moment and then just move over to Dein. You question ethics. Why?
To define what you're doing is to be able to argue. Being able to argue. By the way, Dane's saying this as he's stretching out his arms and stuff. Being able to argue why you do something is a lot more elaborate because you find out why you're doing it. If you know why you're doing it, then you should be able to recognize what is right and wrong about it.
Is right and wrong not...
You're never
Right.
gonna find a completely right way.
I believe right and wrong is simply... And you see he, like, wants to open his mouth and let someone else talk, but he's trying to find his own words for it. It
Objective?
is- No. Those are his words. It is a fuel on a fire for candles to burn at both ends. The outcome will be the same, but one side will reach the other first. By the time it has reached the other side, you do not know which side won, for all that's left is the burnt wick.
I should note, like, before that happened, I was going to say that Ozzy probably sees more of the scarring from the previous injury that just hasn't healed. Not like it has, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
What is the
That-
point we're trying to make, Aussie?
I do not believe there is right and wrong. I believe there is want and need. Do you want to win or do you need to win?
That's a very dangerous way to live, Ozzy. Because wants and needs are... A need is more of a instinctual desire. A want is something you, pardon the phrasing, you deign think will help you in your path. I think of more the path and the destination. Of course, I will always need warmth, food, water, general well-being to live. Those are my needs. My wants are to be comfortable. I don't need to be comfortable to live. I don't need to let all of my enemies live. I want to spare as much life as possible. That's my choice on the matter.
Hmm.
But both of those objectives can be wrong to someone else. One person can say, I want to destroy all of my enemies. But figuring out what they mean by destroy is more where I focus my aptitude to understand. I would rather find out what someone intends than what someone shows. Does that make sense?
It does. Follow up.
Mm-hmm.
What is your rank?
Copper.
What does that mean?
I've probably been through this cycle once or twice, and not many people know me.
He turns, looks at Tryphon. If I may, what is yours?
Is it really that important?
I can barely hear you. Hold on, I gotta up your audio. Say that one more time.
Tryphon asked, is it really that important?
Do you wish to share it?
He does glance over at Vice for a moment because he did initially refuse with her. And
She's
just,
sleeping.
it's platinum rank.
What does that mean?
And he just shrugs and just, I'm not sure, honestly.
Copper and platinum. It's from my understanding you were both found at the same time, yes?
May I make an inquiry?
Yes.
I've only got 3 ranks. Where the hell does platinum fall in there?
So let's look at the ranking. We have... Wait, hold on. Are you looking at the... I thought we updated this. Hold on. Hold on. No. Basic lore.
There's no platinum rank. It goes up to Electrum, is what you gave us.
It goes up to gold specifically.
It goes... Yeah, here we go. It goes up to gold, and it's 7+.
All that tells me is that it's probably some major notability. Probably.
Platinum, I will say, unless you guys do a history check, it is a character thing for Tryphon. But what the fuck was that?
Sorry.
Sound like a phone.
Oh, I thought my computers had a stroke. But yes,
Yeah, no, Ozzy asks what it means, and Tryphon just shrugs. It's just like, I honestly do not know.
I may have to study this rank system more, if that's all right.
Not worth it. Just a fucking grimace from Orlain in the background. Because he can fucking hear you guys.
Ozzy stands up at this point because he had kneeled down to talk to Dein, I imagine.
How tall is Ozzy?
He's basic automaton height, which rounds up to about 5'5" to about 6 feet. So
Well,
he's
Dein
closer. I'll say he's about middle ground 5'8".
She's about
Okay.
2 inches taller than Dein.
Sitting, crying, throwing up.
Dein was also sitting down. So
You're
Yeah.
the one who chose the fairy, Deidre.
Listen, if I had known everyone was going to be like how they are IRL and make fun of my height every goddamn second. Looks at Curry.
You chose this.
You dug your grave. Don't you dare complain about what shovel you picked.
Wild sentiment there, Curry. Wild.
Please don't quote that.
Still.
Too late.
But Ozzy kind of stands up, and for the first time, give me a wisdom check. All who are looking at Ozzy as he stands up.
Was just base wisdom check.
I'm
Yep.
scared. Is it
16.
so it's a check and not a saving throw?
Yeah, just a check.
Okay.
Hey, I actually
I
got
got
a decent roll this
scared.
time.
Hey.
So Aurelia, I'm gonna say you don't pass because I do have to do I want to do a thing with Aurelia and Gade, so I imagine he probably has your attention.
All right.
Orlain, you're too tired to care.
Correct.
Everybody else who does the check, you get the sense of his face does not emote well. It is a mesh fiber kind of thing, but it does not emote well. He looks genuinely pissed. And even based off the vibe alone, you know he's genuinely pissed. If my hypothesis is correct, from the gathered data, the explanation, and this current ranking system, it matters to me. Current hypothesis. The ranks tell you how many times you have gone through the cycle. Follow-up information. You mentioned the gods devour those who finish a cycle. The mortal life force. Those marks on you are reminders. They are sell-by dates for these false gods. I do not have many emotions, but that does make me very angry. And I do not wish to share that with anyone else. But I will, because you are friends. I feel very angry about this knowledge. This rank system.
Well, I mean, there's a reason why we were fighting the gods, so.
If I may reference someone from the past,
Okay.
Are you asking that, or are
yeah,
you?
he's asking permission to use the
Oh.
recording.
Tryphon just gestures for him to go ahead.
I'm so sorry, Aurelia. But he opens his mouth and you hear Alexandra again. Kick him in the dick until I can't have kids anymore.
Character
well
noises, by
shared.
the way, just.
Deidre starts laughing.
Gade probably briefly experiences Aurelia staring into the middle distance.
Staring at the camera like it's the office.
God, I all of a sudden just staring at Jim Albert of Aurelia.
Orlain surprisingly
is-
makes no sound. Not even looking in that direction.
Dein is as his casual, basically just stoic face, and it's just like, that is a well shared sentiment.
Yeah, I think we all can agree with that one.
I do not understand this next part, though. As much as they anger me, I do not think killing them is a good idea.
Deidre's gonna like go towards and be like, explain.
You mentioned, from what you have said, that the towers power these gods. After the towers have been taken care of, these gods are vulnerable. They can be hurt. Would it not be better to simply make it impossible for them to use their powers again?
Take away the dangerous toys from dangerous children.
But there's no guarantee that they wouldn't just find a way to recreate it.
And then they'd come for us specifically with more malice.
Forgive my rashness, but I believe your group is target number 1.
Oh yeah.
Oh, most definitely, but they'd probably do way worse things if we gave them the chance. And they've already done a lot of shit.
The actions of a man, or god in this case, if truly unforgivable, can only lead to one action: revenge. But revenge begets revenge. What do you stop the cycle at?
I don't have an answer for that.
Well,
That
the
is
only
fair.
way to stop the cycle of that would be to not take revenge.
But that is not a option, is it?
If we don't take revenge, we'll just be eaten.
It's revenge or waiting for the end.
You are stuck in a conundrum.
Deidre's going
A
to like
cycle,
step
as
off
one
to the
would say.
yeah. Deidre's gonna step off to the side for a sec and like go over here away from people.
Apologies if I was rude.
No.
That's a good thing right there, really. You should actually say that.
Well, Aurelia is not a part of this conversation now, is she?
That's fair and valid, but that is a very good thing of Aurelia's like counterpoint. It's not revenge, it's about survival.
Deidre's just going to try to stealthily, basically punch this tree.
Go ahead.
The tree
give me-
Tryphon is standing right next to?
Yes.
Yeah.
I didn't say it was a smart idea.
So
She's trying
Deidre,
her best.
Deidre, go ahead and give me a strength saving throw, and then a dex saving throw, please.
Oh God.
And
Okay.
Tryphon,
Tryphon's
give
just
me a
go-
yeah.
Oh.
Tryphon, give me a dex 1 too.
They're flat, right?
Oh, jeez.
Flat dex saves from both of you,
Oh,
but a
thank God.
strength save from.
Okay, let's see. What's the
See.
strength save? Yikes, that could have been way better. This problem's.
Could we
Why is the
actually
dex one
pause?
better?
Could we actually pause for like a minute? I do need to run to the bathroom.
Kim,
Oh, okay, sure.
I'm mad the dex one was better.
Take a quick fiver.
Do you want me to pause it?
Go ahead. I'm going to. Please respond. Please tell me how Aurelia responds as Gade kind of asks a question of, Are weapons supposed to hurt you?
Immediately stressed. What do you mean, Gade?
Wait, hold up. What's happening over at the tree?
Well, my hand hurts. Are they supposed to hurt you?
I don't think so.
Does your weapon not hurt you?
No, neither of my weapons hurts me.
You have more than one?
Yes. Mostly everybody in our party does.
Who doesn't?
Pauses, thinks about it. The dumbasses we keep picking up, I believe. Referring to, people like Gade, Osiris, Vice.
He just kind of goes, oh, okay.
Also, I would like to point out we didn't do the rolls, Kurika, J. Jeremy.
Oh, the rolls for the Tryphon and Deidre thing?
Yes.
So Deidre hits the tree. It's enough to shake the tree, and the dex saves are there because it is snowy. That is a snow-covered tree. If either of you had gotten below a 15, one of you would have been pelted in snow.
So what I'm hearing is neither one of us got pelted in snow, at least.
Yeah, neither of you got snow on you. Not even a drop.
Yeah, but now Tryphon is openly staring at Deidre. It's just like, how about you don't?
And Deidre's just gonna sort of like look at Tryphon and then look around to see if anyone else was paying attention, and then I guess walk towards Tryphon.
Yes.
Okay, I have a question. If I need to roll, like, I feel like I'm gonna have to roll like deception or stealth or something.
What are you
Deidre wants to figure out who's the second warmest person besides Orlain without touching anyone.
Insight.
Is it flat?
Yes.
Okay. Do I have to do this around everyone, or will I just know after one person?
You'll have to do it at certain points.
That's such a bad roll. I'm not gonna know anything.
Have to get close to around this area, get over here. Like, right now you've got these three, essentially.
With my 4 insight, I get nothing.
You don't know shit.
Yeah, so I'm gonna just
just
look.
lean against Tryphon?
Literally.
Having to
Actual
distance yourself.
They just like lean in. They just like lean in and then like just poke Tryphon.
Who would be the second warmest person?
Jackie.
I was gonna say probably Jackie or Aurelia.
If we're talking about temperature,
Yeah.
I would believe Dein, because he just constantly wears around a loose-fitting shirt and then with the sleeves rolled up. He doesn't really. It looks like he doesn't care about the snow and shit around him.
But I mean, with that 4, I'm not getting anything actually helpful. If anything.
No,
So-
you ain't got nothing.
Okay, so they're gonna poke Tryphon.
Can I
Does
help
that
you?
does that give them anything? Can they tell?
'Cause
Okay.
I know Tryphon's probably like fucking average when it comes to the body heat thing.
Okay, they poke him and then they just like shrug and then they just walk away.
What the fuck, Deidre?
I'm doing something. Don't worry about it.
I would pardon my intrusion, but I think Tryphon would be more along the lines of like one of the colder because of how much how much of a stick they are, kind of.
Oh, yeah, that is true. They're a fucking beanpole.
That's why half of their body is covered in fur to keep them warm.
That is also true.
That's what they thought, maybe. But then they were like, damn, I was proven wrong.
I'm just saying, or I'm just thinking Dein because he's stockily built. Like he's thick.
Hold on, is Dane stockily built and wearing loose-fitting clothes?
Yes.
He just like
Are you turning Dane into a himbo?
No.
Not
Orlain?
yet.
I'm basing him off of me.
Orlain
No.
over here is saying that Fae are cold, and Satyrs are technically Fae.
Yeah, yeah. Also, I think it's probably for the best that my comment was not heard.
But regardless, as you make your way over to Aurelia, yeah?
Yeah.
You begin to pick up some of the conversation they're having. Like, my hand hurts after doing the thing. Is that not normal?
No, that's not normal. Give me your hand. Let me look at it.
He hands you the gauntlet hand. Still on.
Can you make it go away?
Sure. How do I do that?
You just sort of will it away, like you think about your weapon leaving. Going somewhere else, essentially.
Like, you see him, like, pull up his hand and then just, like, push it to the ground. Trying to, like, as if he's trying to, like, kind of force it to slide off, and it's just like...
Middle distance Aurelia for a brief second. No, Gade. It's a feeling. Taps his forehead. It's up here. You've got to think about making it go.
Oh. And you see him start focusing. And eventually it starts to sort of flicker. Like it's going to vanish, and he's like, I'm doing it! And then it solidifies again. Aww.
Oh.
Just keep focusing. I'm sure you'll get it.
And I'll say, I'll do just a base Arcana roll for him.
I believe in this man.
Believe in the heart of the cards.
He is a level 1 paladin. Don't believe in him that much.
Oh, it's
Heart
a
of the
paladin?
cards. You
Heart
got
of the
Yeah.
cards.
Okay, that's interesting.
Oh!
Buddy boy.
He tried. He tried.
He gave it his best try.
The streak lives.
Like you're almost positive if he keeps trying to do it the way he's doing it right now, he'll probably shit himself.
Now he's gonna shit himself.
You can see Aurelia's looking into the middle distance, Deidre.
Does Aurelia notice that Deidre's there trying to gauge their body heat?
Aurelia has more important things to focus on right now.
So-
Like keeping the poor half orc from shitting himself, trying to take
So
him
just out of
away.
curiosity, how loud is Gade being with
Yeah.
this?
It's no longer as quiet as he initially started with, and I'll say
Damn.
the sounds made it to at least Tryphon.
Oh
Oh,
god.
oh jeez. So yeah, Tryphon was wandering, but he started hearing that noise and turned around just like, what the fuck is happening?
Gade, you alright?
Yeah, I got this.
Stop straining. You're going to pull something.
Teacher's like, do you need something that will help you poop? Like, are you trying to shit?
What are you trying to do, Gade?
My hand hurts. I'm supposed to try and take the gauntlet off.
Alright. If you want to do that, relax.
Teacher's like, I have an idea. Give me your hand. I have an idea.
Don't.
And gives
Just
you the non-gauntleted
pull it
hand.
Teacher's like, no, the other one.
Deidre,
But that
no, I
freezes
don't
things.
think pure strength is going to be helping with this.
Fair enough.
Please don't accidentally rip off someone's arm.
What if someone grabs him from behind and I grab him from the front?
No.
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 Okay. Dane's gonna summon his hammer.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna show it to Gade. Just like,
Mhm.
it's in one hand. Alright. This is my hammer, Gade. Watch what I do. And he's just gonna... What was it? He's just gonna open his hand, and the hammer's just gonna poof away. Relax. Release it.
He starts to take a moment. He's trying to release it now. He's like focusing. And then Ozzy pipes up with, "What is your favorite food?" Huh?
What?
Favorite food? I like the meal slabs that I get. They taste good.
Damn.
I now understand what concern is. Okay. Focus on... Think about a meal slab. The best one you've ever had. And you see Gade kind of like focusing Aurelia. Aurelia,
Yep.
please roll Arcana with advantage because I will say this is sort of spilling towards you. This energy is sort of spilling towards your direction.
Okay.
So you are directly aiding him.
Just believe in the heart of the cards. You can't go wrong.
That works.
Carrie, I'm gonna need you to never say those words again.
Fucking make me.
Ugh.
I'm gonna hold my tongue. So you are able to eventually, Aurelia, you are able to feel the energy of the gauntlet, and it is uncomfortably strong. This is what an originated weapon is. This is a sacred arm. First iteration, desperate status. Not being picky or choosy. And you watch as eventually you get the urge to kind of grab it. Do you fight this urge?
No, she's gonna see what happens here.
You grab onto the gauntlet and you watch as it shrinks down to his hand size, and you are able to pull it off like it's a glove
Yay!
before it vanishes onto his into a mark onto his arm, as it has been properly stored now. and
Relief.
Yeah, you immediately see what the pain in his hand was. This is a non-combative who just threw the meanest fucking haymaker at the ground. He has his first callus.
I'm sorry. Sorry.
No, it's literally because he had punched the ground.
I
It's
love
because
this
he
man.
created a fucking ice arena, yes.
Oh.
Oh dear lord.
Love this.
Somebody give him a band-aid.
So, where does it hurt, Gada?
And Gotti goes, my skin's coming up!
It's
That's
a
why it hurts.
callus. You're fine. Deep breaths, Gade.
Tryphon just holds up his hands, which I imagine also have calluses.
Everyone here, you are soldiers. You have calluses from holding
Yeah,
your weapons.
Yeah.
Tryphon just holds up his hands, just like, it's a normal thing with the weapon, dude. You're fine.
Deep breaths. You're good.
Yeah, Deidre's just gonna show like their hands and just be like, it happens.
It feels weird.
It
Yeah.
will for a while, I imagine.
You'll get used to it. And you'll probably get more the more you use that weapon.
I don't think I like pain.
I don't think many people do.
Most people
Yeah,
don't
shut-
enjoy it.
Just Tryphon pointing straight at Chucky, shut up.
We'll save that for
Do it.
later. Right now, yeah, that kind of pain isn't the best.
It just you get used to it.
Yeah, and that callus will help dull further pains.
I'm not used to this, am I? Very,
Not-
very new, aren't I?
Mhm.
Yes.
Seems like it.
Yeah.
Don't worry. If you want to actually fight, I believe we can help. At least get you ready for it.
He would need training at the very least.
Basically,
May I make a
hand.
request?
What's up, Gade?
Can Aurelia train me?
Aw. That was me, not Deidre. I felt the need to clarify.
That's fair, yeah.
Jackie does out loud go, "Aw," since Deidre apparently won't.
We're getting there.
Jackie. Aw, you coward. So, it has been at this camp 2-3 days, and in this very moment, I'll say it's probably been
Do we get at least a long rest? Because that was never clarified.
you know what? We'll wrap up a couple more talking points and then we'll officially take a long rest, okay?
Sounds good.
So Gade kind of looks at Aurelia and goes, I trust this one. Can I have her train me if I have to have training?
Do we even have time to train someone?
Well, if you want to give him the theory of it, then yeah, while we're walking, we can do that. And then, if you want to sleep in the meantime, if we're on watch, we might as well take turns when he's awake. We could find the time. Well, that's if they want to train him, or them. Right now working.
I'm sorry, did I kill Curry a little bit with my comment about Rook?
What?
No.
What do you fucking want, cowboy dude?
Cowboy beep up.
Tryphon is at this point going to, because I have noticed that Rook had moved, and Tryphon at some point is going to look over and is just like, wait, where'd Rook go?
He's behind the tent.
You can see that?
No, but I noticed him walking off earlier.
Alright.
At least me, IRL, I noticed him going off earlier. I don't know if Dein did. I think
Go
Dein
ahead.
was focused on something
Yeah.
else.
Oh, that was an in-character question of Tryphon going, hey, where'd Rook go?
My bad.
I will say Dane probably noticed it. He was situated in the direction to see that not only did Rook kind of carry Vice to the actual bedding, but then decided to walk behind the tent. He was not hiding himself. There was no stealth check, so anybody who happened to be looking in his direction probably noticed him walk off.
Okay.
But around this point, Gade just kind of is opening and closing his hand. And Aurelia.
Yeah?
Hold on, I can't stop burping. Oh my god.
Don't die.
Don't drink so
No promises.
Bitch!
At least not yet.
Fair.
Damn, bro, you look like this?
I will fist fight you.
Good training
You
for
actually
Deidre.
can.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay. Gade kind of just stares at you with them big old eyes for a minute while he's opening and closing his hand. Aurelia, and he goes, "Can we train now?" And
Do you
summons.
want to?
Yeah, as he kind of says that, he summons the gauntlet perfectly.
Hey, progress.
I'd rather be prepared than unprepared, you know?
Fair enough.
Are you that logic?
What are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you putting your ass on me, man?
Because he loves you?
You love me with a little less ass.
Is it Chuck Norris?
Yes.
Oh,
Just a little guy.
he's just a little dude.
Okay.
Bitches.
So, with everything, I will say one more conversation, and then we can go ahead and prep and learn what everybody's doing for the long rest, okay?
Sounds good to me.
I was just asking
We-
about a long rest because Tryphon's still a little beat the fuck up.
Yeah, that's fair. This
Got
is
some
more
boo-boos.
Yeah, this is more cinematic time. Rather, we had the big fight. This is more cinematic time for things. Orlain,
Yeah.
describe what your smoke break, quote unquote, looks like.
Hmm. So, I only mentioned smoke break because of the fact that usually when people with bad vices end up in a situation where they're trying to break the habit and they're trying to get better and it's just too much stress, they walk away for their vice and try to hide it. Orlain in this instance isn't so much as leaning on a vice as it is keeping within some measure of earshot and settling into his vice. Paranoia, the essence of not really doing patrol so much as any good commander or vice wouldn't know a soldier that is uneasy. Even with one as terribly large of a bleeding heart as Orlain. So he's just staring, watching and waiting for something to happen because it has been too quote-unquote quiet since information had been shared with him.
You hear very quietly just a, "You don't look like you're doing so good."
Am I supposed to be?
No, but if you need a break, you just need a break. You don't need to do all the song and dance,
Just an eye roll, not moving his gaze from where he's half staring, half middle distance looking.
It's on your mind.
Nothing to be worried about.
Bullshit. Keep going. Tell me.
Why should I? And finally looks towards the source of the voice.
You've never seen Rook look overtly serious without having a hint of a smile. But he's giving you a reflective look of whatever face you're making, he is giving it right back. And he just simply goes, "Cuz, I'm fucking worried about you."
Sweet of ya.
One more time.
Orlain just goes, sweet of you.
But giving a shit?
Just a half-hearted shrug and looking away from Rook again. None of my business what the others decide to use their hearts for.
But you have preferences?
Guidelines. Not so much rules as they are ways of practice, I suppose.
Oh.
Never leave someone to go on patrol alone. Sounds easy. But when an entire base cares too much about every individual soul, some people get reckless. Stupid. Sometimes you don't catch them.
Are you about to tell me a time when someone wasn't caught?
I wouldn't know, but I do know a time where Clyde, Commander Clyde, got a little bit more on edge for a good few weeks. Wouldn't even let me go and do a supply run. Never told me why, but I can make a guess.
Well, do share.
Sometimes when you don't catch someone as they're running, all they're going to do is trip. And trip in the wrong place. And he makes an explosion gesture with his hands. Sometimes you don't recover anything back.
What'd you lose?
Why so interested in me all of a sudden, eh? And looks towards him again.
His eyes have never moved an inch. And he's still been looking at you this entire time, just watching you, observing you. Because somebody fucking has to. You matter. You're important. And I don't think you fucking either accept or understand that.
I wouldn't be shot for this, but for a second, as that's said, of I don't know if you accept or recognize that. For a flicker of a second, clear sky blue eyes seem to flicker like TV static before settling back into normal colors. And just goes, well, it doesn't matter, does it? Or it means to an end.
He walks up and grabs your fucking arm. No, we're not. I know everyone in my base by name, by heart. They are my friends. They were my friends. And they are dead now. That little compliment you just gave yourself, I don't want to hear it out of your mouth again. And I'm not angry at you, Orlain. I will never be upset with you or the others. You're in a shit situation, you know. You didn't want to get there. You were put there. You matter. Accept it. People give a shit about you. Even strangers.
Rook.
Rafales. Rook stays in the tent. Rook doesn't talk like a prince. Rook doesn't talk to royalty. And it is with that single sentence he gives you a look of knowing exactly who you are.
Confusion crosses his face.
You don't know.
No, what?
You're an Orthros.
That's the name
Ortho.
that I heard, yes?
You don't. His eyes switch from that cold stare to that kind of pity look before they soften. If you want to find out, I'll let you find out, but if you want the answers now, I can give them to you.
Will it change anything?
It's entirely up to you. It's not my life. It's just my info.
Sure. Can't be any worse than finding out about this trite bullshit on my birthday, eh?
Yeah. To be determined. We're cousins.
You ever fucking see the fucking error? Please repeat.
You and me. I'm a prince of the Aztec no main bloodline. I have a sister. She's currently in charge of them. I didn't make the cut, so they put me in the cycle. See, that's what they do. The royal families gather up a bunch of their kids, and more or less, whoever's picked to lead gets to stay. Second and third prize goes to creating more of a branch family. You and me, we're fourth place. We get put in the cycle. And he rolls up his sleeve and shows an identical rank to yours.
The look on his face is hard to decipher for most. But for Rafales, it is the look of indignation. The sort of the look of self-righteous indignation of I'm more than that he doesn't seem to recognize.
Rook, Rafales continues to look at you and then just puts a hand on your shoulder, moves it to your cheek, and makes you look him in the eyes. I hate the Aztecnos, but I can't help but thank them. Orlain, how are you feeling right now? No bullshit.
Angry. There's a whisper of angry.
You want to let that anger out?
Without hurting someone? I don't think I can. Last time I tried. Well...
Come with me. We're going hunting. And he takes a step off. Whatever questions you got, I'll answer. Orlain.
He pauses for a moment, looking from Rafales. I keep calling him Rafales. Like, with the hard E. But whatever, I'll get rid of it at some point. But he looks between Rafales and the group from around the tent and just... They'll be fine for a little while, I suppose. And just... and steps closer.
He takes a moment stopping before anything and turns back. Let him know. Not all of them. I'd say 2 or 3. Pick 2 or 3 of them. Let them know. I told Vice. I trust her with my life, so I trusted her with my greatest secret. It feels good. It makes it easier. So a word of advice from your big cousin.
No. Just the immediate shut the fuck up kind of energy.
He slowly starts getting that smug grin and he goes, come on, cuz. Trust somebody.
No. First of all, I already do. Second of all, don't start, because that means I get to actively be rude to you in a way that you haven't seen from me before.
Oh, I have not. By the way, the only reason we're cousins is because sometimes there's an occasional exchange of members of the family who don't make first place. Keeps the bloodline royal. Thankfully, you and I are just related via, I think, an uncle.
I wouldn't be able to tell you. My only memory is, and like genuine fucking burning anger crosses his face before he bites it back.
Don't you fucking do that. Let it out.
No.
What's the memory? Okay, fine. We'll figure it out when we're hunting.
Do you want to know?
I do. I'll trade you. Story for story. And Rook, Rafales, and Orlain walk our way.
You want to know
As
some
t-
cursed shit, by the way?
Oh, yes, please. Before I hit the fucking continue scene button.
Fucking. You want to know the cover that was playing at that moment?
Yeah?
If any of you have seen the anime, it's the opening for Blue.
Oh, fuck you.
Yeah.
It's horribly timed. That was supposed to be
Yeah.
a sentimental scene, not sad.
It sucks, dude. I hate it. Anyway,
was the-
continue.
Yeah. So, I'm going to set up the scene and I'm going to ask each of you, if you're paired into a group, what you guys are doing. So, first off, is anybody pairing into a group for the night?
I mean, Tryphon isn't going to reject anyone who wants to be paired with him.
I was about to say the same there. Just Dein is currently existing, probably pondering the orb he got last session.
The orb?
Yeah, the little what was the orb we fished up? Oh, that just has an eye in it. That was the liquid.
I haven't seen the last session yet. I'm gonna have to add that to the list of shit you have.
Hurry, you
I
were
know-
running that session.
Yeah, you were running that session.
It came out of the boat.
Yeah.
Oh, the boat thing! I remember. Yeah, I know. I remember what
We-
that is.
Even better, Kouren and I had talked about it a couple days ago.
Yeah, I got the gravity axe, the ancient what was it called health potion that may or may not work, and then the weird living orb thing.
The weird the little bulb of an eye.
Yeah, exactly.
Just does the fucking SpongeBob blink of wink wink. The knife
Oh
is
yeah,
canon.
yeah. Let's go.
Yes.
Okay.
I will say, Dein,
Mm-hmm.
that knife is super fucking useless. But if you want to have a fun time with it, DM to player trust. Pass it off to Jackie. Cause sass. I got the TLDR of what happened last session, so
Currently, Dein just has it on his belt just for novelty.
okay. So we'll uncover that later on. Dein, you also have another thing. Do you share the living armor pieces that you picked up with the group?
Aurelia knows.
Aurelia is judging him for it.
It is living armor gauntlets and
Shards.
cursed armor shards.
Yeah,
Yes.
cursed armor shards.
I am cursed with knowledge.
You are.
I don't think he'd actively tell anyone unless like Aurelia asks about it or something publicly or just like brings it up. I don't think he doesn't think it's really important. He just has it in his bag. He's like, this is a tool I'll use for later or something. Just like to repair something random, to do something with it. I'm not entirely sure. I'm hoarding. I know that. let me just keep it there for anything.
The cat just jumped in my lap when you said you're hoarding. So, okay, here we go. Do you put the gauntlets on
No.
at all? Mm.
No.
Why would he when we already saw what the gauntlets were doing?
Dein has thought that far ahead and is like, not going to do that.
He's not that unhinged.
Yeah.
Yet.
Yeah, that's a good word
Chuck,
to add
stop.
to there.
Chuck, relax, bud. Stop trying to rub against my face. That does not mean scratch my titties.
Curry's having a time.
I was gonna let you fucking just relax, my man, but then you just went full tit claw. How dare you, you bitch?
They're just trying to make pancakes.
With knives
Making biscuits.
of my fucking flesh. So I'll say for fun, Dein and Tryphon, and does anyone else want to join that group? Okay, so Dein and Tryphon, you two are kind of grouped together. That since you guys opted, like, say you wouldn't mind if someone did, so fuck it, both of you are in a group together.
But alright.
What are you two doing? As night begins to fall and you realize night begins to fall and you guys kind of catch on that Rook and Orlain are no longer here. One vice questioning later, you get a mumbled, he probably went to hunt.
Like, alright.
Okay. Well, Tryphon would be back to reading the notes that Orlain had given him.
Do you share these notes with Dein?
I guess so. Did Orlain ever say don't share them with anyone?
Orlain?
It wasn't explicit to not share it, but it was the like implicit of I trust you won't be an idiot from Orlain. So not a no, but not a yes. It's do what you think is best.
Read the room before you do anything, kind of action.
Yeah.
Read the room, read the notes.
Well, he's already been reading the notes, and he probably would share the more informative parts of the notes, but not any of the personal stuff.
Mhm.
Okay. So you're kind of half and halving it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Basically giving Dein what he's learning about everything that's been happening before they joined the group.
Oh, so it's kind of like a TLDR, just like page.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
That would be very useful to know, yes.
Okay. So, as you two converse and kind of share notes so Dein can actually fill out his own little notebook.
Hey Dein.
With his own little...
Does Dein actually ask about the other pages that are flipped past in that section, in those sections?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, if his entire thing is trying to figure out everything that's going around him, having any bit of knowledge that he can compile would be very useful. So he'd be definitely curious about the flip past areas.
And he
So-
would ask about them?
I'd be like, wait a minute. What about those ones?
Orlain was about to say something.
So these are all comprehensive notes that lead up to like go from a specific date to a specific end date where he started filling out a different notebook, the one he currently has on him. This is everything before, literally everything he can remember before, I think it was right at the time that he met Titus the second time. when he got his new notebook. So, that's a lot of information. However, not all of it is relevant or useful because about half of it is from before they started the adventure.
Okay.
So it's all like base information that gives you no information. It's all insanity. Like that level of if you've ever been around someone who's a part of the army and they tell you stories from it, that's the energy.
Ah. He'd probably just read it just cuz. Like, finding little hints, maybe reading in between the lines a little bit.
So before we move on to anything else, I was going to react to the thing I sent Curry and Sherry of the Commander Clyde, and just he did not love it. Like that energy. That's it. Oh, hey. As you're reading, you see.
Well, I never said Tryphon gave Dein the book.
No, you don't have to. You can hold it and still like kind of tilt it, can't you?
I mean, fair, yeah.
I don't think Tryphon would actively pass it off when there's more information in there he hasn't figured out yet. So this is just a silly if I want to hear Dein react to a monk trying to figure out what the fuck's going on in his own base. 7. ... Commander Clyde wouldn't let me watch while he builds, right? Date, December 8th. He will! Date, December 9th. I don't know why I expected to understand any of that. Date, December 10th. Hold on, I have an idea that he would love. Date, December 11th. He did not love it.
But yeah, no, Tryphon would be sharing more or less the relevant information, and
Yeah.
when Dein questions about parts that he's skipping over, Tryphon will pause and look in the direction that Orlain had disappeared in before. It's just like, I don't think it's mine to tell, honestly.
Okay.
Not to mention, there's already quite a bit of stuff in here.
It also... What languages do both of you speak is the question.
I'm pretty sure I speak Dwarvish, Celestial, and Common.
And I speak Common, Elvish, and Sylvan.
There's... For your record, I haven't sent you the full file that I have written up because there's some details I want to clarify with Curry at some point.
Okay.
But there are a good number of later entries that you, Tryphon, can't read, but as you pass by them as like a haphazard, I don't know what they say, Dein, you read them as Celestial.
Oh shit, they're actually Celestial. Okay. Let's go nerd moment. Okay. Do they say anything important, or are they more just like regular entries like the other ones?
They are relevant in the sense that it is Orlain's thoughts on the matter. They're opinions more than they are facts. Theories, so to speak.
Okay.
And for people who remember the fucking insane theories from before, it's along those lines.
I think Dane's just gonna tuck that idea in the back of his head, just like, okay, they put these together. Let me possibly keep that information in the back of my head just in case. Because they found some way, or they had some reason to try and hide these in a different language.
Real quick
Or
for
not.
me.
Yeah.
Like, for both of you, because even without understanding the language, you can understand tone and urgency, possibly. So both of you roll insight for me on the book.
We're inciting the book.
Mhm.
Unlucky 13.
19.
Dein, you sense the quickness of the writing, but you don't know if it's urgency or just lack of time. Tryphon, as you pause on these pages you don't understand the language of, there is a sense of urgency, but you don't know what it says.
Interesting.
You see that too?
Yeah, can't understand a damn word of it, but seems like it was something urgent.
I feel like Dane would definitely try and translate a little bit for Tryphon. Just like, yeah, this just says this, or just like roughly translates. Doesn't try and exact words it.
I kind of get the feeling that Celestial is a lot of metaphor, which is hard to translate.
Exactly, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Or at least Celestial's kind of a very referenced language.
It feels a lot like Latin or Old Greek or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So, in brief, with tidbits from Dein, the urgency carries out in the simplest way possible of, I won't let them take any more. There's more to each of these, but that's the dumbed down version that both of you can put together.
Hmm.
Okay. Let's move on to the other parts.
Yeah.
Dane, the
Well, he-
next one following in Celestial's another fucking insane half asleep theory. In Celestial.
Mm-hmm. Am I getting the vibe that these are more like... How do I put this?
A man
you
going
had a-
insane?
Partially, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Patches, what are you doing? I stretched out and she's currently perched in a very interesting position.
Comfy?
No, she's not comfy. She's up and moving again. She was making biscuits on me though.
Biscuits.
But yes, there is. You found the sense of urgency, which I will note for both of you was a little closer to the end of the notebook you have.
Okay.
So we got hints of it, and then it was slowly getting into the point where it was not the process, it's the mid result, I'll call it, of someone slowly losing it.
Yep. It is. Dane, you'll understand this one from how much you talk about the army. It is the energy of a first recruit soldier witnessing the front lines and trying to save everyone.
Ah,
That insanity.
Ooh.
gotcha. Okay. That... Yeah, I can understand that.
Even I can
Okay.
understand that.
That is the insanity that is the insanity and desperation and worry and fear and urgency you read from that sentiment from several celestial notes. It
Holding
almost,
out in desperation.
yeah, I'll give you to this free because technically I did it to myself. It sounds like a prayer on deaf ears.
Okay.
Lovely.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Still a lot of information to process, but most of it is through the lens of someone who is praying to deaf ears.
Yeah.
Tryphon internally just like, this entire fucking group is traumatized as hell.
You're not better, anyway.
The Nile's not just a river in Egypt!
Oh, Shane knows that deliberately, anyway.
Okay,
The
so
oh,
you guys gain that knowledge. Moving forward, I will. Is there anything else you guys want to do with that? Say about that, or
I was just gonna say, Tryphon probably notices that when Dain's writing, at least his interpretation of it, he's trying his best to separate the fact from emotion. So he's trying to logically deduce both and putting side notes of what he feels like what's what was it? What's how the information is being interpreted through emotion and logic. Basically he's separating those two. What he's getting from it and what basically both sides of the perspective. He's separating the emotion from logic.
Meanwhile, Dane's just going to see this intense look of concentration on Tryphon's face. Because just looking at the rest of the group and reading what's in the book, I guess I could say that it's a somewhat similar reaction to what Ozzy had when he was finding out about the rank system.
Mm-hmm.
Just not that intense amount of anger, but you can still most likely see it while he's reading and more or less focusing on the notes.
Yeah, Dein is just taking it as fact and then going from there.
Fucking foils of each other, that's what's happening here. But I think that's all we've got.
Yeah, I mean, I don't...
It feels like they would be less talking to each other outside,
Yeah,
and
more of a silent understanding.
silent understanding and just the general, okay, so this is what this says, alright, and then they go back to reading.
Yeah, it's just like it's a study time. Hate to
They're
say it like
study
that.
buddies!
Yeah, exactly. Study by campfire light.
I love that. Patches, I literally just stretched back out and you're already making biscuits on me again.
He loves you.
He does. I have no idea why.
okay. So moving forward, Jackie, Deidre, and Aurelia. Do you guys want to pair into a group at all? You can pair in with NPCs too.
I should probably mute myself.
Why are you giggling?
It is giggle time. Jackie,
Yes. What's up?
is there anything you want to do, talk to, whatnot?
I feel like Jackie might just before the sun starts setting and everything might try talking with Mr. Robot Man,
Ozzy.
Osiris, yes.
Okay, you want to talk to Ozzy?
But like as night, like obviously like just wandering over towards like the my brain is having such a hard time with words today. I don't know
Do you want me
why.
to come back to you for a
No,
minute?
I'm having trouble remembering simple words for things. Shoreline. Just like over towards the shoreline, like over, it's probably like around this area. Just I'm trying. Oh my god. Just move on to other people. Come back to me later. I'm having so much trouble with simple words today.
Aurelia,
Yep.
outside of Gade, is there anything that anybody that you want to grab, NPC or otherwise, to have a little chat with before?
Not that I can think of.
Okay. Deidre, you here? No, you said you weren't feeling the best earlier. The chronic illness is chronicking.
Is this the first time where it's just like been
What do you mean?
like it's been like we've essentially done the thing to do for today?
No.
I don't know because I've been going in and out because of other people.
Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, I think Kate, if you're down to do the thing that we talked about before, I think that's probably the a thing that we have the time to do now.
Okay.
Give me a moment to set up for that. Real quick, can we go ahead and take a pause?
Oh, looks like Breton has an idea.
What's your idea, Ren? Because we actually need to pause, though. I want to check on Phoenix.
I'm less
Oh.
dying now.
Are you sure?
I said less. I didn't say I wasn't dying. I'm less dying. The heat has returned somewhat.
I was just about to say that.
Alright, we're good now.
As you are kind of pulled, as you are sort of pulled aside from the group and everything, just to have your moment with, well, it feels like to have your moment with Rafales. You talk amongst the way. What do you ask of him? Because he did say he'd answer every question you have.
Orlain doesn't say anything immediately. Doesn't ask anything, doesn't say anything. But after about a minute and a half, he goes, "Oh, what's the point of telling me this?"
I found out through blunt force trauma to the head. It was not fun. I'd much rather my family, that isn't a piece of fucking shit, not go through the same kind of traumatic experience of finding out.
The
I'd much
physical
rather-
... and then going, wait, was that a story? Do I have to tell the story?
No. I can tell you the story.
Sure.
I got into a little skirmish with a fellow member of the Aztecnos. Sadly, she was a little bit superior. Izanani. She
Just
wanted.
crunch of nose of just like, Anyway.
You know her.
Yes. Complicated. I'll explain it later.
Fair enough. So you watch him go. We got into a fight, just a simple fight. We thought she was defecting. Turns out her methods were just more than most of the higher ups could take. So they sent me, a specialist, to go handle it. Well, I handled it all right. I won the fight, but lost me a bit. I lost a lot of blood. And you see him kind of like, he doesn't scrunch so much as he kind of like almost reels from the memory. Essentially, because of my blood loss, I was in critical condition. Being forced into an induced critical condition out of nowhere after having an extreme amount of adrenaline, as well as improved fucking whatever the fucking drugs they had on me, clicked something in my brain. It created a small spark from one point to another, and that spark was enough to make me remember. Induced a seizure. I went from critical to super critical. But it's not like that no more. I'm a bit better. Understand my place, if you know what I mean. I remember being told that I didn't make first, second, or third. You know, normally whenever you get first place, you're like a winner. Third place, you did your best. Second place, you need to try better. But fourth for us is like being told you pulled the wrong straw, so now you're getting sent to jail. A life of luxury, all these things you held dear, everything that made you who you were, who we were raising you to be, throw it all away. You're a mud. Time to get dirty in mud, live by a code of savages, and hopefully, after you've done enough time and reached the rank of platinum, you'll be welcomed back into our castle.
That fucking sucks.
It's not that bad. They
Really?
start us off. Yeah, and he shows his rank again. They start us off with a higher rank than anyone else.
Sounds bloody marring on the soul is what it is.
It is. That's why I'm easing you into this, answering every question you got. Story for a story to make you kind of determine what feels safe to say and what feels safe to ask.
And without missing a beat, because story for a story, he pats Raphael's on the side of the metal arm just to prove a point, and just, I fell in love with the commander, and starts walking past him.
Oh? I pray she's not from our faction.
You know, I'm not sure. I think she might be. At least mine. Sadly. Not yours. I think
An
you might hunt her
Egyptron.
down. Yes.
Nah, I don't hold grudges. Whatever grudge you hold ain't mine to bear. Vice taught me that.
I suppose I should tell you the story. Hopefully I don't get too miffed.
Go ahead.
So, I suppose TLDR, you don't have anything, well, I said against, I suppose. You're not going to lash out if I mention that I was an idiot when I was younger, yes?
Look me in my fucking face and say that one more time. I'm Rafales. I go by Rook. You know why I go by Rook?
Sure.
Because I met a motherfucker named Bishop. And I like the chess piece name better than Rafales.
To be fair, Rafales is a bit of a mouthful, eh?
Rafales is a name of respect.
The
A name
mouthful.
of... It's a fucking dumbass name. Like, they don't even call me Raf. It's Rafales only.
Fuck you, Raphael. And laughs.
No, that's my brother.
Oh no! Dying.
Go ahead and inside check with disadvantage because you're not sure if he's joking or not.
I don't know if Orlain cares enough right now in that moment.
That's fair. So, for now, you will never know if he's lying or not.
But he calms down a little bit and goes, I was dating, Commander, yes. I have no
Yeah,
idea how long ago, but long enough, or I suppose short enough, for me to carry it into the cycles. I had always joked with Jay that, it was some sort of curse for me to bear, that I would always find her, but I would never remember her, because all I would remember is the anger of being betrayed. The commander cheated on me, Rook.
I told you how I lost an arm. I don't think it was just cheating, was it?
Cheating, lying, betrayal, all wraps up into the same thing. My last memory was that last encounter before I ran off. Don't know where to, but I can make a guess. It's hard to lie to an Eladrin, I'm sure you're aware. They take it very personally. Especially when you're in love, or think you are. I just hope I don't meet the bitch again.
I hope you do.
I fucking don't want to.
Oh well. You're going to.
Yes, because I'm fucking cursed.
You're not fucking cursed. I think, if anybody's cursed, it's your father.
Okay, who? I have one of
Uh,
those.
Yes, you have a biological father.
He is a piece of fucking shit.
Unfortunate. Hope I don't meet that bastard.
I hope you do, so you can punch him.
Well, I'd have to fucking remember his dumb ass.
I feel like the moment you see him, you'll remember him.
I don't. I have enough false memories. I have no idea at this rate.
What makes them false memories?
You know, it's just the sort of thing of I can't tell what's supposed to be mine, and he makes a vague hand gesture as if to encompass everything. And what everybody else put there. Maybe it's just me going outright batty, but you never know. Maybe one of these days a memory of mine will be proven to be implanted there. Something false, something I never asked for.
Look at me.
Yes.
And like he kind of grabs your chin.
Yes.
Nah, you good.
Pardon?
Alter memories exist, but they got tells, points, proofs, if you will.
Pray tell.
The eyes. Your eyes. If they have a line of color that doesn't match your iris, means your memory's been altered. And as he says that, give me a perception check, please.
Dirty 20.
Because of how close he is and how he's explaining it, you immediately catch two lines of color that don't belong to his eye color.
Just that noise of, I don't know how to say that.
He looks at you and goes, "They don't disappear after you break the thing."
No, so
And-
you'd know about that.
Yes,
Thought I was
I
about
do.
to tell you, unfortunate. Don't do that to me.
You don't have to tell me.
Good, because I don't need to rough Hell's family into remembering shit for me. And just kind of nudges him.
Welcome to the family. We're a bunch of fuck-ups that do crazy shit, and we survive by the look of our fucking teeth skin.
Do you ever say anything that makes sense, Raphaelis?
No, I do not, Orlain.
And just chuckles for a moment, only to go, well, here's the thing about that. Another story for you. I think, and this might be me bullshitting, I'm pretty sure I have a memory that I don't have.
Okay, go off.
There's a brief instance in my early days of being in the Egyptian base with finding Jackie, finding Clyde, finding the others, befriending them, sleeping with some. More than some. Not the point. But, and he just smirks for a moment to see if there's any reaction.
You just get a stare.
Well, there's a portion of my memory, I suppose, very brief, where it's just nothing. Not just nothing, just as if it didn't happen, but the time passed. If that makes sense?
Explain a bit more.
One day I was getting sent out on a routine patrol at night. And about 3 days later, I woke up and my entire team was afraid of me. I was taken off front lines, and Jackie was as well.
Answer me honestly on this part, if you will.
If I may, I might not have the answer.
Just humor me, then.
There's just an eye roll of whatever. Go on.
How often do you actually break?
Pardon?
Have a breakdown. Let loose. Get angry. Hit something.
4.
How often?
In the middle of the grandiose spectacle, just holds up 4 fingers with his back of his hand to Raphael's and goes, 4.
Are you sure on the number?
Yes. There is an audible pause, though.
Tell me about the 4 times then.
First
If you tell me.
one.
Oh.
First one was my birthday, quote unquote. I would not call it a breakdown, but remembering the word correctly, I believe it was dissociation and being led astray in the middle of the camp. Met Jack. Fuck that guy, by the way.
We don't like Jack?
I'm not sure. We'll get around to that. It's complicated. Regardless, that was the first breakdown on my birthday. I think not too long ago. Then it was seeing someone I had called a friend nearly die. And I had not ran, but went someplace else to let myself break. And I understand your discontent with Izanani. I do not like her. I hate this. I don't like her. But I'm not going to say that to her face because she scares me.
Little secret.
Yes.
She scares me fucking too.
Yeah. I think that she's not great. I don't know how. And there's a pause before seeming to redirect his words of, I don't know how Commander Clyde even is in a relationship with her.
Well, I might know.
We'll get to that. I'm answering your question.
Okay, continue.
Third time, shortly after the second, I almost died. And recently was the fourth, where I think I don't have very many marbles left up in the brain cell right now. Around the same time I learned the Orthros name, yes.
Yeah.
So far, that I can recall, at least. Prick.
One second.
Mm-hmm.
Orlain, describe how you felt before that happened.
Which one?
All of them. You had to have one feeling in common with all of them. What was it?
He stares off into the middle distance, trying to recall what feelings he felt in each of those. And Raphael's would see being as close as he is. Probably not having stepped very far away, even after all that, especially after all that. And seeing that clear sky blue briefly turn staticky, as if he can't quite remember. And it goes, I guess, confusion?
Were you confused before you blacked out?
Don't know.
I think you may have had a moment of rage. True rage. People fear those who get angry and have the power to provide that anger.
Well, why would I have been angry? It was a routine patrol, from what I recall.
If you assume what a picture looks like before actually seeing it, then you're not looking at the picture. You're looking at what you imagine. You recall a routine patrol. They may have experienced something else.
It does explain why they had the odd reaction as if I was above station from them, even though I am just a scout. Which, by the way, you know is a lie. DM.
No, I know that's a lie. Rafales knows that's a lie too.
Mm-hmm.
You go ahead and say, I was just a scout, and you get the look from Rafales.
Just the villager noise. It was like, what was that look for?
You'll find out.
I was just a scout. What do you want me to do? I'm always a scout.
Because that's where you feel safe, or because that's what you're assigned?
I have better eyes and ears than most.
That's not the answer to my question.
Well, bitch, make a fucking better question.
Are you always a scout because you want to be a scout? Or is it because you are just a scout? Because if you're just a scout, and he shows his own rank again, I think I may have shared too much with the wrong person. Because I didn't start out as a scout. You don't understand. We get, even though we are punished by being put in the cycle, we get special privilege. Our bougie fucking family doesn't want us to die instantaneously. No. Has to look like an accident, if it does happen. So, they put us in a safer position than
Just
just,
fucking eye roll.
you fucking roll your eyes at me again, I'm gonna roll you.
Fucking try, bitch. Anyway, not the point. I don't know. I've just never liked the idea of being above anybody.
There you go.
My base is... He just kind of huffs for a moment, because the motherfucker is making him talk about things that he was just like, what if I just never ever say it? What is that? What if I do that? Like... And then just, my base is my home. I tried to make it safe for everyone. That's why we pulled out from basically everything. I couldn't care less about a fucking bougie family or whatever. It's not my family. Those aren't my people. Gods and kings mean nothing to me.
Who is your people then?
Fuck if I know. All that rant and I had no answer for you. Look at that.
You have such certainty that the royalty and the gods are not family or kin to you. But if they are not your kin, then someone else must be. Who?
He crosses his arms and just gives Raphaelis that look of, didn't you just say this? Didn't you just say this, you bitch? Like,
The smug look of,
the smug look of what?
Oh.
Dane, just look what Dane put me into VC. How dare you?
I deserve that. It's fine. I said it.
But no. Rafales goes. Smug ass smile, looks you dead in the face and goes, answer the question.
Just as smug answers, birds of a feather flock together. I couldn't tell you, to be honest. As much as I'm joking around with you, as he just starts to walk again. Couldn't honestly tell you here nor there about who I feel is family. I do know who my friends are, though.
A friend is a family member you have yet to confirm.
It's all wishy-washy for trying to say I haven't adopted them yet.
Bitch, Vice looked me up like I was like a fucking soaking weasel and said, I'm going to keep you safe. And she fucking did. And I think you've already met your Vice. She's a very pretty girl.
Yes, and you'll still have to earn my trust. I don't care if you're fucking family. That's my best friend, you bitch.
Your best friend's very pretty.
Shut the fuck up, I know. He knows that, I know that. You have to figure out exactly how and not just focus on the physical, you dumb bitch.
I never focus on the physical.
I'm aware, at least at this point. You're very good at masking, and it's dangerous for everyone involved.
If you assume the idiot is an idiot, you'll never know the genius plan behind him.
Everyone assumes I'm an idiot.
Then you understand.
Yes, unfortunately. The person who doesn't is Noctis, and I swear if I mention his name 2 more times, he will simply apparate into thin air.
I don't know who we're talking about.
Noctis is a doctor. And a good friend of mine. So I need clarification from him on that department. I don't know if he's friends with my boyfriend or if that's just a team building exercise. I have no idea. Is he? Hold on, I'm going to actually call. Will he actually show up? Hold on. Just the absent-minded thought of, can I Beetlejuice summon my best friend? Hold on. Like, and then just, like, as if testing it, like the pure dumbass, no brain cell, I'm with family or cousin moment. I'm just like, Noctis!
Silence.
They're just giggling hysterically. No, hold on, let me call him. I need to actually figure this out. Hold on. And actually takes out the communicator.
Okay.
And it's just like, this is going to be a bad idea. I don't know how they're going to react to you. No, I'm not near the
Oh.
others. I'm not near the others, and I'm near you. Do they know who you are? Just while typing in,
Do
like,
they
the
know-
contact info.
Do they know that I'm Rafales?
No, I didn't until a moment ago.
Or are you asking, do they know that you're my cousin?
Bitch, do they know you? Well, you don't know
Oh, you mean
Noctis.
your other friends?
Well, you don't know Noctis, so probably not.
Which ones are you talking about?
Noctis, Morik, Tidus, and their other weird friend.
I've never met them before.
But you should probably put up geysers again, unless you want to explain that to Noctis.
Between you and me,
Yeah.
the southern accent's a lot more fun than the real one.
Oh, good. You found your uncanny valley. Have fun. And hits, send signal.
You get the ringtone. And it rings for a while. And then it does not pick up.
Orlain's definitely not trying to hide anxiety, I say, as he's just like, that's fine, and puts it away.
Immediately, almost a couple seconds after, you get a text going, kind of busy, can't call, what's up?
Just the ever so slightly relieved huff of just, nothing, you prick, just checking up on you.
In a fight.
Don't die. Fucking...
Don't tell me what to do. Suck a chode. Bye.
Yeah, he's laughing too much to send a proper response, so all that gets out is like a very typed sentence that basically amounts to, you motherfucker, you know I do regularly.
You were the... And then almost like... You see almost like a keyboard smash, and then sorry, got punched in the face. You are the epitome and peak of a monster fucker. Goodbye. And then he stops texting.
Orlain just fucking wheeze emoji and hands on the knees and just going, I fucking hate him.
I like him.
Big laughing. I fucking hate that dude. How much?
You don't hate him. That's one of the people you trust, wouldn't it?
Yes, don't tell him that though. He has an ego over it.
You gave him an ego.
No, I did not.
Yes, you did.
No. I
Maybe
made
not on
him
purpose.
care about himself. Sue me.
That's called giving someone an ego.
No? Wait. Just the loading symbol. Shut the fuck up. You don't get to say shit. Mr. Simps over the world's tallest woman. So shut up.
You can hate all you want. You know damn well how pretty she is. And not just on the outside. The outside beauty is a bonus, yes, but I got that sense for how someone truly is.
Felice?
Yes.
You ever feel as if you've known someone your not just entire life, but existence?
Yeah.
That's how it
That's
is with
fine.
me and Jackie.
See, that's part of the thing. Us traumatized ones, all it takes is finding one person that treats us like we're actually human. And we're their ride or die, right then and there.
It's not that deep. It's not that deep. I think you're thinking too much into this.
Really, so if someone were to go hurt Jackie right now to the point where
They
they
die.
could not retaliate, there you go.
That was instinctive, I apologize.
It's fine. You prove my fucking point.
Fuck off.
No.
Anyway, another question for you, if you have the mindset about it.
Go for it.
I'm only recently learning about family members and such like that. Did we have any other family members? I know
Plenty.
I know contextually that's a bad question. You know what I mean.
You mean if you had any siblings?
What does that mean?
Someone born of the same parents that created you.
Then yes, sibling.
I have a brother. He's a dick.
So the shit you said earlier wasn't a joke?
No,
Alright.
he's a specialist too.
Oh, right. The same beautiful personality as you?
No, he's dead.
Unfortunate. Anyway, moving on.
He was a specialist for the Western faction.
Oh, rip! How'd that go? Smirking.
For once, Rook has a serious face. Anybody who was sectioned under the Western faction, they weren't put back in the cycle.
Yeah, that doesn't really sit all that great.
Yeah, sucks ass. But at least he's out of it.
I suppose so.
At least
Did you
he's
know-
safe.
Did you know if I suppose it doesn't matter.
No, you didn't.
Alright. Wait. Hold on. This is a fucking loading symbol of wait, something doesn't add up here.
Yeah?
If I didn't have any siblings, yeah?
Yeah.
Why am I in the cycle?
Because there are always 3 sets of parents. There are always going to be 4 sets of children. The head family's child, the first branch's 2 children, and the third branch's child. I'm a mainline child. You're a third branch child.
Alright. Doesn't clarify shite, but alright.
Do you know
Right.
what the name of the absolute leader of the Spartanians and Egyptians and all them are?
No. Should I?
It's more basic information for later individuals, and this is for everybody listening. This is basic info for you. They're known as the deity, the queen, and the chiefess. It's always a female figure, even though it hasn't always been a female.
Alright. It still doesn't clarify really anything. But alright.
Well, What part needs the most clarifying?
It's. Did you know my father?
No. No, I did not.
I'm just curious as to. Maybe it doesn't matter. All the best situations I've been in is ones I can remember. Granted, all the worst are as well. And he's trying actively to not show the, like, almost childlike reticence, like the sort of regret and childlike anger of someone who feels like they've been betrayed again.
He takes a moment, and then he looks at you and goes, Orlain,
Yes.
you don't want to meet your father.
Didn't you just say I'm going to anyway?
You'll meet him, but you don't want to.
So I'm taking it I don't want to meet my mother either.
Oh no, you'll want to meet her.
What the fuck is happening? Just
Your
that
mother,
that outright noise of what the fuck is my family? Like,
it takes a good second before you just get your mother's part of the cycle.
the why? The
She
instinctive.
she put herself in so she could find you.
Why?
When someone reaches 4th place, they can contest it. Sometimes the 4th place child doesn't want to contest it.
Ah. Just a sudden click of information.
If I got my stolen info right, your old lady wanted to contest it. Your old man made an executive decision that I think he may still be in the hospital for.
I mean, I can't even. Damn. I wanna feel bad. Can't feel bad about a person I don't know anything about.
That's fair. Feeling bad for him is up to your own discretion. If you don't want to feel bad for him, congratulations, you don't. If you
Yeah.
do,
Gives me something to actually think about that isn't driving me nuts, though.
I got a big one for you.
Yeah?
You sure you can handle it? And it's that teasing thing again. That teasing face again.
No, shut your gob. What the fuck are you want?
He takes a moment. And it's like he's really thinking about this info to give you to make sure that it is actually helpful info for you.
Static a little bit.
Nope. He takes a moment to kind of gather himself and make sure that he's almost like looking at you to ensure that this won't have a negative effect on you. He takes a deep breath and says, Orlain, do you know the name Madeline Orthros?
Perhaps. I
She was one of the 7 heroes.
figured.
Her little sister is the one that started your branch of the family.
Oh, great. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Just the
Orlain.
tired, yeah. Like,
Orlain.
yes.
He walks up to you and puts a hand on your shoulder and kind of, if you're not already looking at him, he's making you look at him.
Mm.
You're not Madeline Orthros. Your achievements are your own. You are your own. Your independence is why they've shoved you in the cycle. That's why they always shove us in the cycle, to teach us a lesson. You're the first person outside of myself I've seen go, more or less, tell them to go fuck themselves in their lesson. You're a good kid. This place will always be a better home than whatever they could have provided.
Just another eye roll. This default setting being sassy.
As you give him another eye roll, he puts a hand on your waist and on your shoulder, and he's going to attempt to flip you and roll you. As he starts going, I fucking told you!
Can I? I'd like to misty step behind him.
You misty step? Okay. Give me a dex save because he was already in the process of making you flip over as you misty step.
I have a feeling this is gonna be fucking hilarious because I've been rolling like dog shit today, dog.
Fucker, you got a 18. You got a +8 in dirty 20 last roll. Fuck
Oh,
off.
never mind. Actually, I think Orlain's having fun.
You behind him.
And just starts laughing.
Just looks at you and goes, don't you fucking do it.
Don't I do what? Grinning.
He turns and faces you and like just looks at you. Don't.
Don't do what? Clarify. I don't know anything right now.
He is prepping himself in case you try to flip him.
I'm built like a fucking 2x4, bitch. What do you want me to do?
You're a fucking monk. Don't you dare lie to me.
Technically, I'm a rogue.
No, you switched classes. Hey,
Built like
bud.
a 2x4.
Hey, bud.
Yes.
Don't share that next time. And he's gonna try again.
Oh no! Just like fuck.
This time you don't misty step.
Just too caught off guard to fucking misty step. Just like...
You get fully rotated 360 degrees.
It feels very anime. Rotating flip onto the mat.
Oh no, it's not one of those clean anime ones. It's one of those things of like you're like, no, put me down, stop flipping me. It's very like I think someone might have called my name, but it might also just want to call it the cats. But it's one of those things of they try like you're trying to break free at every second, and you end up like kicking him in the face a couple times, and he's just like, ah.
You bitch! Put me down. I can technically get loud enough to call for help. You want me to do that?
You can call for all the help you want. Your sass has consequences, and then sets your feet down.
I feel like it's just the moment of Orlain's not great when it comes to being topsy-turvy. It's one of his downfalls, I assume, at this point. Of he likes being upright and in control of his own like autonomy to some degree, and he stumbles a little bit. He's like, ugh. You bitch. Just directly to him.
Yeah. We should probably head back. Wait, we need food first. And he pulls out his shotgun and goes, "You want chicken?"
Sure.
Holds it up. And he holds it up like it's a flare and then just fires it. And you watch 2 or 3 large birds hit the ground with electric energy coursing through them. We'll have chicken.
Good. We're not letting Deidre prepare anything, alright?
Bad cook.
Enthusiastic cook. And in grimaces.
Ooh, terrifying.
I'm a good cook. Or so I think I am, at least. I'm not enthusiastic.
We'll find out. And he goes and picks up 2 of the birds and just goes, "Come on, grab one. Let's go."
I think Orlain just straight up hauls one over one shoulder and just proving the monk point. And just, well, at the very least, as stepping kind of partially in stride, at the very least, now you get to be annoyed even more by me. Because you're trying to romance, and yes, I will continue to say romance, my, best friend in my family.
Well, I will continue to try until I succeed. Until I get a hard no, and she has not given me a hard no yet, so I will
She
keep
won't.
trying. I know. That's why I'm having hope that I can woo her.
Woo! Oh my goodness, you are head over heels.
It's hard not to be.
You'll do fine. You just have to
Yeah.
get past my shovel talk when it happens, huh?
I heard that fucking demolishing line earlier. You know, I think I'm good.
Hmm.
But let's head on. And let's go cook ourselves some birds. Okay. Kate, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay. As Orlain and Rook return with the cooked birds, pre-cooked birds, ready to be defeathered, debulletized, and actually cooked properly, have the essence that those of you who are not being physically active kind of gather around the newly lit fire. As Rook goes over to the pile of woods, pretending to be a table, and begins to actually prep the food properly.
He's not being left alone at this point because now he's being annoyed by Orlain, who, notably to everyone else, looks cheerful.
How wrong I was proven.
What's up, bud? Oh, he said one moment, didn't he?
But yeah, Orlain does look notably more cheerful than usual, at least.
All of you who are muted, you may unmute and interact now.
We can?
Meh.
Yeah. As
Amazing. Dane gives a
no,
quick. Oh, go ahead.
go ahead, bud.
You were speaking. Go ahead.
I was being sassy. You go ahead.
You know, the usual bullshit we do with each other because fuck you, Curry.
Fuck you too, Terry.
Affectionately.
What was it? Dane would probably just. He wouldn't react much other than look up for a moment. Probably notice Orlain being a bit cheery.
Want to know what
And
just
then-
happened?
go back to taking his notes and say, "Good hunting."
Yep.
Also, yeah, what did happen, Cade?
Uh, once again, I've been told to do something, which is go leave someone somewhere now. So that's great.
So
That
you have to go take someone away and then leave them there?
Yep.
Okay.
Is Cade secretly a hitman?
No,
Maybe.
I'm just
no,
transporting people.
he's a taxi driver.
Is there a difference?
I don't get
Yes!
paid,
Oh, Nia, I adore you.
so I have to go. So I can't do the Ronin thing.
Sage.
No worries,
Okay, we'll
kid.
do it
Have
for a
fun.
moment.
I'm
But
not
how
going
much
to.
fun can... I was about to say, how much fun can you have driving someone somewhere?
See you, kid.
I will say right now, raise your hand if you want to gain a bond point, save Deidre and Orlain.
I mean, I wouldn't mind a fucking bond point.
Yeah, sure.
You know, you said raise your hand, and I don't know why I actually did that.
Because it,
You're enthusiastic.
not to mention, it's probably also just an instinctual reaction.
But nobody
Sure.
can see me. I hope. I hope. I'm
Well, put your
sure.
hand back down.
No, fuck you. Raising it again.
All right, then keep it up.
Well, now I don't want to.
Well, now we're in an impasse, aren't we? Because I told you to do both.
But does anybody want to talk to a cheerful Orlain?
I mean, yeah, I don't know what Tryphon would be saying, though. He's currently fucking focused.
Yeah, how far are we through the notes?
I don't know, man. I don't even know how far
They've been
Tryphon
gone
is.
a good maybe hour, hour and a half, so you guys are probably a good way through them.
Okay. So it'd probably
It also
probably
depends
say
on how quickly we were both reading.
I would assume Dein is a fast reader.
But
I
how
don't
well
know
do
if Tryphon...
you
What?
understand Celestial is the problem?
I feel like it's one of his like one of the ones he would know growing up, because considering he is an Aasimar.
Mm.
Aasimar?
Aasimar. Whatever, however you want to pronounce it.
Aasimar? Sorry.
I say Aasimar, yeah.
All Aasimar are ace now.
AA Samar.
Aaron.
Shut.
Yeah, I in my headcanon at least, he's pretty fluent in it. If not, he's probably better in Celestial than he is regular common.
So, fun fact for you specifically, Dane, as you are reading some of the Celestial entries, they look choppy, broken. It's like someone trying to write in a language hastily just to hide it rather than to actually write in it. So it takes you a little while longer to decipher meaning because Orlain's probably only ever spoken it.
It's like reading a paragraph that started off as English, got translated into Spanish, and then that
So-
translation got translated back into English.
My idea is basically wrote it down in bullet points in kind of chipped, or what was it? Not chipped. As you
Broken?
said, chopped up.
Chopped up,
Yeah,
broken, yeah.
Yeah, chopped up, broken, kind of Celestial, like how you would do with English. You basically write the beginning of a sentence as a bullet point and then go from there, just so you know the memory of it. You're not really trying to completely explain the thought.
Right.
That's my thought of it.
I mean, if Orlain wants to pick on Tryphon and Dein for just staring, pouring through the notebook.
Are they openly doing that currently?
Well, why would they be hiding it?
Yeah, because we're... Here, actually, let me move my token.
Yeah.
They're kind of just doing it by the campfire light, because I'm assuming we have a campfire going, considering it's later in the day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there's a campfire going. We're doing it by that light. And I don't think we have any reason to hide it. It's just, we're kind of chilling out. Just kind of like, oh yeah, did you read this? This is what this says. And this is kind of what I think this is what they meant. I'm not sure, but...
Not to mention Tryphon probably translating any Elvish that you run across as well.
Fair enough.
So, one of the later entries that probably catches both of your attention is in common. So it's not to translate, it is just one of the last entries. And it looks like it's one of those entries where it looks like it's running out of ink. Like the thing he's writing with is either a full style, like modern pen, or he's running out of ink on him. And it goes from talking about just what catches Dein off guard is that there's no more emotion to it. It is just, this is what's happening. This is a theory I have. I will get more proof. Update later. Like a soldier's journal.
Yeah, short, sweet, or not sweet, but short, chop, to the point.
Yes. And at the very end, in almost hesitating, like you see the ink splotch of where he's probably run out towards the end. He's written in one of the last entries, like I'm talking maybe 10th to the end.
Mm-hmm.
It just says, "We found someone new. I hope they stay longer."
Is there any elaboration in the last 10 pages of that, or is it just, we found someone new?
The very next one does describe you and Tryphon.
Okay.
That does get Tryphon looking over at Dein, just like, how many people have they lost at this point?
I don't think I'd rather ask that question.
I think the funniest part about that is that the description of both of you is not in the way you would expect. It's not physical features. You recognize it because it is your mannerisms.
Well, now I'm curious.
I'm kind of curious on what it, like, describes on my mannerisms as well. Like, I'm assuming partially insane is in there, because I was writing on my arms for a little bit.
Unhinged motherfucker.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, Dein, the notes on you from Orlain's point of view is it starts with something you recognize as referring to when you were writing on your arms, but it doesn't say insane. It says dedicated to knowledge.
It says educated to knowledge?
Dedicated.
Dedicated to knowledge. My bad. Sorry, I misheard that one.
Dedicated to knowledge is one of the bullet points, and they're all listed in short sentences. There's dedicated to knowledge, steadfast, resolute, uncertain of intent, uncertain of loyalty, a good man.
I don't know how much Tryphon is paying attention to Dein, but a slight smile cracks his face.
He's paying some attention, so he notices that. What does it say for Tryphon, though?
The first bullet point is reckless.
Okay, fair.
The second, and subsequently the third, as it's placed in that manner of 1, then 1A. The second one reads, very specifically, interesting. Curious to see where this goes. followed by another bullet point as if going from point 1A to point 2. And it says, Guardian.
Guardian?
Guardian.
Huh.
Followed by another, like, substep of the bullet point, like 2A. And it says, Conrus would have liked him.
Another mention of Tonros.
Owners?
Yeah, he seems to have been the paladin before me. Like, originally had this weapon. And he does a vague gesture to his side before he remembers, yeah, it's not actually on my hip.
And there's one final note that seems to be applied to both of you. It simply reads, potential friends. Not sure. We'll ask later. And that was the last recorded note for either of you. And it's labeled under, from what you can gather, 2 months ago.
Mm-hmm.
Well, at least we know he doesn't hate us.
Do you read
Dein
the
is
last
very-
entry?
Dein
Yeah.
is very
What's that, Dein?
Dein is very. It's hard for me to pronounce. God,
Complacent?
not complacent. Complentative. Fuck.
Oh, okay.
Contemplative.
Contemplative.
Yes. Thank you, Cherry. That's what I was going for.
Tala said it first.
Yeah. My bad.
Echo.
My bad.
Oh, yep, it's definitely there. Ignoring that, what does the last entry say?
Yeah.
The last entry of this journal, which has been mostly fact, aside from him losing his marbles for a good, like, couple pages. The last entry reads a couple of lines. That's it. There's very, like, the date scratched in looks like an afterthought. The lines read, I found a new friend. A real one. As good as Jackie is. Name's Noctis. And then there's just a scribble line of someone interrupting the lines of what was being written, followed by an ink stain of where you can tell a quill was left to set against the page haphazardly.
Did it leak to like the bottom page too?
Yes.
Ah, no. Damn.
Just the flipping between those two pages, just like, wow.
They left that there for a while. Ooh.
They really did. I mean, should I be? I don't think this is a thing to be impressed about.
Well, no, Dein is like physically cringing. He's just like,
Make an insight check real quick.
Which, Dein?
Dein or you or both. It really doesn't matter.
Let's do both.
Oh wait, that was the wrong one.
Holy shit!
Fuck yeah, Tryphon.
I got 13.
So, Dein, you are cringing at the sight of, oh, that's going to stain all of the notebook.
Yeah.
You don't catch on to it. Tryphon, because you're not so attached to notebooks and notes and keeping records, what you do notice is that the haphazard ink stain, it's not just one, it's multiple. There's different freshness varieties of it where he obviously tried to continue what he was writing but was interrupted time and time again before he gave up. And then you get the feeling from the way that some of the attempts were written and then inked out. It's playful. Someone interrupted with the intent of get some rest, you dumb bitch.
Does get Tryphon chuckling a little bit. It's just like, okay, I see what happened here.
I mean, usually, how good is Orlain's handwriting, if you don't mind me asking?
Normally, his handwriting is. I'm gonna startle you again and probably give away too much. His handwriting is the same type of handwriting that you'd see in an army report from a general.
Yeah.
But when he has gone fully marbles out the door, into the ocean, into the abyss, it's scrawls, pick and scratch, barely understandable. And then it's not quite the same as it was before, but it's a little bit more slanted, tilted, kind of like elvish script. Like he's more comfortable writing at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Tryphon does look over at Dein at some point. It's just like, you have been taking notes from this, yeah? Actually, what the
Yes.
fuck am I talking about? It's you.
I have to get my thoughts down somewhere.
Yeah.
It helps me reorganize the information effectively. And
Okay.
helps me contextualize what is happening around me. I don't like to naturally rely on something unreliable for that.
Which is fair. This probably means I can give Orlain his notebook back.
I should also note, if you do look at his notes, them shits have very nice handwriting. Like, it's just clear, concise, but still neat.
Tryphon's
you.
probably in the chicken scratch department.
Fuck you and your alien perfect handwriting, Dein.
Listen, my headcanon, he's a scribe, he's a writer, he loves just learning shit. So
I'll be
he
right
would,
back.
of course, have handwriting that would just...
Easy to read, easy to
Yeah.
become legible in a document.
Exactly, yeah.
So another fun thing that even with your 13, you stop cringing for a moment, Dein, and you also realize that there's different freshnesses to each of the ink stains as though there was attempts, but you're not sure the intent behind it.
Okay. So it's just like, there's... His ideas... So there are a couple of attempts to continue that passage, but they kind of got continually interrupted.
Yes.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back. But yeah,
I did.
that last entry seemed like he was trying to be better. That's free information. He seems like he's actively trying to trust, which I can give you both the notebook, the shit that's in the notebook when I finish it, because that's actual legible document that I can give you.
Oh. Yeah, y'all aren't gonna ever see my notes, because my notes are... IRL,
Terrible.
they're awful. They're just actually how I take notes, because it's just chopped bullet points that reminds me of certain points.
Sometimes that's just how it be.
Better
That's
than
also
some of
how
us.
I take notes, so...
Yeah.
Sometimes I'll go back over and add more as I remember, but...
I write them in the moment, and then, what was it? I don't add any more after that, because that is legitimately somehow how I mix up a lot of my notes and my memories. Just because I'm like, I remember that. Wasn't this also added? And I was like, wait a minute, let me not do that, because I've literally added stuff to my campaigns that were not there before by doing that.
That's why I record. But Cherry, you were saying something?
Tryphon, once they were finished with the book, Tryphon's going to close it. And obviously, Orlain's back by this point. He sees Orlain. He gets up. goes over to Orlain and puts the book on top of his head.
I mean, if you can reach, why not?
And he can reach!
Not difficult for anybody, but anyway.
Not for the 6-foot-tall motherfucker.
So
How tall
we're
is Orlain again?
he's
Sorry, go
5'5".
ahead. My bad.
So, Tryphon has about, because Tryphon's 6'1".
About 8 inches.
About, yeah, a good 8 inches on Orlain. So he just puts the notebook on the top of Orlain's head. Just like, I finished reading this.
Just pause, lingering sense of almost foreboding as you definitely see him trying to prepare food. And he just, can you take it back for the moment? You've already read through it. I'm not concerned about what you've read. And clearly you're not concerned about privacy. It's just a joking kind of, I don't care all that much, I'm just joshing you.
Yeah, no, Tryphon's just like, look, I thought it was fair for the other clueless one to get the update on this stuff too.
From my point of view, no less. Good job. Take it back for the moment. I'll retrieve it when we're done eating.
I almost want to have Tryphon do that sort of like tap before he takes the book off of Orlain's head.
What do you mean?
Like, just tap the top of his head with the book before he actually does take it back.
A very light bonk.
Barely even a bonk. Just tap. And
Bap.
then stepping off to the side, just like, alright. What are you guys
So?
cooking anyways?
We're cooking chicken. Isn't that right, Rook?
Hey, real quick, this is Curry speaking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Deidre isn't here right now.
Yeah?
Is everything
Deidre passed
okay?
out at some point. They're not feeling too great. They passed out at some point.
Oh, that's not
jeez.
good.
At least there's someone there with them.
Yes, yeah, our girlfriends with them.
I'm pretty sure if there was anyone there with them, Curry would be trying to make the hour drive in 10 minutes.
Yeah. But Maeve is gonna listen in for Deidre and keep up notes here in a minute. Just want to let you know.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Okie dokie.
Please say again what you said last time.
Rook was being called by Rook of we're making chicken, right, Rook?
Yep. You want noodles with them?
We got some?
I can.
You didn't think that one through, did it?
Quick out of character question. Up until this point, what sort of food have they all been eating?
Stuff made by Deidre, says Orlain, apparently. He's not okay with it.
They've been having stew.
Trail rations.
It's better than what Deidre's making, lovingly.
Fair.
Yeah. I was just kind of curious because if they had been having the fucking meal tablet things up until this point.
No, I think that's just Gade.
That's just gotta, yeah.
Hey,
Oh my
Dein.
God.
Hey, Dein.
Yo, what's
They're
up?
having MREs.
Oh.
And not the ones with peanut butter either.
No. I couldn't. Please God.
Not again.
Okay.
I'm not strong enough.
I am not strong enough.
I've had an MRE.
Okay.
It's not terrible. It's just not great.
Well,
It's
if they've
there.
been having things like stew up until this point, Trevor's going to look at the chicken and just quietly, please, not more soup.
You get chicken soup now.
No,
You whore.
yeah. Rook just kind of goes, all right, I'll go ahead and make up some noodles. I got some in my rations bag.
So, hey, Rook. You know, this just came to mind, but I tried something a long time ago. Or long for me, I suppose. But I was kind of cut short because the fucking chefs didn't want me anywhere near the kitchens. But mind if I try something?
Sure, bud.
What are you going to try?
And
His best.
so
Sorry.
no, you're right. You're fine. You're alright. Don't worry about it. I'll get you anyway. But Orlain is going to try and see if Rook has any, like, even if they're like wish.com, made this myself in like the back alleys sort of fucking spices. He's going to see if Rook has any. Because he's southern.
Southern
Now I'm
noted.
curious.
Orlain, what are you doing?
What are you trying to make, Orlain?
I have an idea.
I'm
What's the
excited.
idea?
You know how you can technically easily dry out white meat?
Yes.
With the certain spices, there's no way you can possibly fuck it up.
Please tell me you're.
Is this going where I think it's going?
Going to try, and I do say try, because he doesn't quite remember what he did back then, to make the attempt at... I don't remember the name, but I know it's specifically white meat chicken, paprika, cayenne, and pepper and a little bit of salt. It's a very, like, it's a specific mixture that my grandmother used to make. That was just like, hey, you can't possibly fuck up this meal, but it's gonna taste good and make it seem like you knew what you were doing. But it's also a little spicy. You know what I mean?
I had a slightly different version of what you said. What was it? But I know what you're talking about. I forget what it's called, but it is
Yeah.
really good.
Yeah. And Orlain is canonically not that shabby of a cook. He's just never done it. At least not canonically in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Fair. At this point, I will say... Does anybody have any parting words?
I guess Dein would just want to say thank you for sharing what has happened, Orlain.
Don't worry, it's I'd rather you be informed than be swayed because you weren't. You know?
Which is fair.
I'm already half swayed half the time, and I know what's going on. But regardless.
Dane's just gonna mutter an equivalence of information is always a blessing in Celestial.
You get no response immediately.
Is that it?
Yep, there's no immediate response.
Okay.
I do see Ozzy fucking
Yeah.
between us.
I feel like
What are you
he's
guys doing?
following me around a little bit.
He's following you, Tryphon, and Deidre.
You mean Dane?
Yeah, Dein, Tryphon, and Deidre.
Oh, Dane, Tryphon, Deidre. Okay. Yeah. Tryphon's just like, hey.
Hi.
What you doing?
Nothing. What are
Okay.
you doing?
watching them cook.
Cool.
Why is he
Roll
talking like
on.
that?
Very simple and short.
I
I mean,
Curry's tired.
Oh,
yeah, that's fair.
that's fair.
We
Understandable.
Curry's been
we
awake
have hit,
damn
we've al-
near. Go
sorry.
ahead.
We have hit like our 4th hour of the session when we normally don't.
Actually, we started closer to 5:30 ish. If
And
you
had-
guys want to go over for 30, we can.
It's about 4 hours
Yeah,
on the thing.
it's about. Is it 3.5 hours? Is this what's happening?
350 almost.
Well, I got a little thing for us to do in the last minute, so you guys talk amongst yourselves while I set up the map.
I feel like Orlain is just. How long is Dein paying attention to Orlain after speaking in Celestial?
I'm trying to figure out because I don't think he'd be bothered by Ozzy's presence too much, so I think he'd just be observing Orlain while cooking, just trying to see what they're doing, because Dein is not a very good cook. He wants to learn. He's always wanting to learn about everything around him. So he's more paying attention to the fact of you cooking, but maybe keeping a minor attention to you in general. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, make a perception check for me real quick. Just the funsies.
Just for funsies. That's a 21, yeah.
That's pretty fun. So, you hear a couple of words that in Celestial are... He doesn't seem to notice he's saying them. As if you speaking in Celestial has made him kind of parrot back some things over. And all of them are affectionate terms. You don't know for who, but it is in sequence friend and faith. And followed by my love, or something akin to it. He seems to be repeating words that associate with something or someone. As if this is his mnemonic? That's the one. The one that helps you remember by attaching it to another thing.
Oh, I
Like-
know what you're talking about. It's
It's
mnemonic?
fucking- yeah, that's the book. Mnemonic.
Mnemonic, yeah.
He's basically attaching the words that he knows to the people or things that he's seen or been around. So there's friend and faith, my love, followed by sunshine, rock. Then there is horn, which in Celestial translates kind of to broken halo. Is like kind of my headcanon. They don't have horns.
Yeah,
or
I like
tails.
that.
It's like broken halo and proof of fall.
Metaphor of horn to broken
Yeah.
halo, yeah.
And then it's very clearly something along the lines of, I think the bigger Celestials don't have the concept of family that people do, but there is something very, very close in slang for Aasimar that is essentially kin, relation,
In.
tie.
Yeah.
That is very vague that he seems to be attaching to someone. So he's muttering all of this while he's cooking, and you talking, and Celestial seems to have tripped that.
Noted.
Oh.
I'll keep that in the back of my head for right now.
Right now, Tryphon isn't so much bothered by Ozzy as he is just like, I was not expecting you to just show up beside me.
Yeah.
I may be large, but I am quiet.
How can you be so big, made out of metal, and be so quiet?
My metal mimics flesh.
Yeah, I noticed that. That was working on you was very. How do I put this? It threw me for a loop for a little bit, just figuring that out.
Look,
Thankfully, it's very adaptable.
I'm not into the whole Warforged automaton mechanical stuff. Don't look at me.
Dein speaking artificer-wise. Just. I actually might have to ask you on something later. Specifically with. Considering your chassis is more living-like, I'll call it. Flesh-like?
Okay.
I think that's
Organic?
more organic-like. Yeah, that's probably the best word for it. I have some questions to ask about the cursed armor we ran into a bit ago, but that can wait for later.
I can do a diagnostic now if you would like.
Sure.
One more time, bud.
Sure. Like, go ahead.
He holds out his hand. Do you give up the living armor piece?
Oh, I thought he was just doing it just like what was it, in the fact of just like his general conception of it without needing something to go off of.
No. He needs to scan something.
Okay. Then yeah, I'll put the gauntlets in both of his hands. I won't put them on him. I'll just give them to him. Like, oh, give me one moment. He digs it out of his side pouch. All right, there we go. And I probably Orlain, Rook, and Tryphon all noticed. Yeah, those are the gauntlets from Rook's Arbor. Just like, wait a minute.
Stare at him for a good minute, then slowly look up at Dein and is just like, why?
Just in case.
Just in case what? We need to shove it on someone else to fight?
No, in case of repair materials. That's why I grabbed these shards too.
Ooh. As you are talking, you hear a, ooh, interesting.
I know, right?
It
Okay.
seems odd. I don't remember that being in my database, but it is there.
What?
New memory unlocked?
My memories are not altered in any way, shape, or form. They are simply not fully there. There are issues with them.
Not all memories are present all the time. That's fair. So what's up?
These seem to have been crafted from a material that is very similar to how sacred arms are crafted.
So this was made of the same material that, like...
Garde's gauntlets are made of, yes.
And they're
In
given
fact,
to commanders.
one of the main inquiries of this is, it is a fleshing point. There is a main weapon, an ability weapon, a fleshing point, and a point of merging. 4 requirements, and if you collect all 4, you can create a weapon, though you must be weary. some weapons are not easily created, and some of them require further, more difficult items.
Hmm.
I don't know if I like where this is going.
If you would like, I can set up a ping on anything of a similar frequency.
I'm more concerned that they're making armor out of this to give to their commanders.
They're not giving it to the commanders. They only give them to specialists. And there's only ever 3 specialists at a time.
Well, that good to know. I guess it's still concerning.
Oh yeah, no, it's fucking concerning.
Doesn't matter
Yeah.
who they're giving it to. They're still giving it to people.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just while Tryphon and Rook are talking, I'm just gonna like slightly whisper to Ozzy, "Yeah, set up the ping. I want to find these things."
You go ahead and ask him to set up the ping, and immediately he goes, accessing. Oh! There's already a ping! It is on your person.
Dein, what the fuck?
Do you have any items you have collected recently that are odd?
Dein takes out the armor shards. This?
No. We have the melding point.
The eyeball.
I was about to
Yeah,
say I would pull out the
stop.
eyeball.
I don't know what that is.
Neither do I. Puts it back in his bag.
Maybe
Pinging.
pull out the axe.
I was gonna say, yeah, I was kind of joking about not pulling out the axe. Yeah, he pulls out the axe.
That would be it. That seems to be melding quite well with the prior components. It simply needs 2 more components, and it will be capable of forging one. I can forge it if you would like. It was part of one of my original programming. Originally, my core was that of a forge bot, used to aid in the assistance of Alpha the Automaton, my creator. But then my chassis and other parts of my core were repurposed, replaced, and remade to be a proper prototype of Cyrus Model 7.
When you do, or when we find the rest of these pieces, I want you to teach me how to make them too. Or at least put them together.
Putting them together is quite difficult, but it is possible to learn.
A very wide grin crosses Dane's face.
As that wide grin crosses your face, Ozzy begins to go off on the bare basics of this technology, of this skill set, and as he does, we will cut away from there, and for the last 10-20 minutes, I will ask you guys if you would like to witness a scene.
Oh, what's
That is
this?
essentially just world building.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
I hate to do this. I have a headache.
Oh, do we need to switch over?
I have had a minor migraine for the past 45 minutes.
Oh, bye.
Sweetie.
Damn
Go
it,
lay the
Ren.
fuck down. We'll do the lore building thing off recording.
Okay.
You